Yo, 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 yo. We back, we back, we back. Man. God damn. All right. Y'all don't know what is up with me and flat tires, y'all. But God, I can't seem to escape them. So we early today, y'all. We early today. Cause my plans got canceled by a flat tire. And the car I drive does not come with a spare. Does not come with a spare. Frank Matthews, Michael, what it is. Yo, we got a reply from the Oblock. United States government replied to the motion for acquittals. And y'all ain't gonna believe what it say, man. I mean, y'all probably more than likely know what it say. You already know how they coming. But the explanation as to why is crazy. Like, yo, the United States government just be allowed to do whatever they want to do. Like, the burden of proof for the federal government is like all we down here. Like, I swear, yo. Like, yo, the burden of proof is crazy for the government, man. Like, they don't have to prove anything. It's like you would think, man, as though it's a fair charge, they would have a higher bar, a higher standard of proof. But nope, not with the government. They don't need next to nothing. Thanks, Mike. Sleepy, what it is. Paul, what it do? And you know how he is, man. Brooklyn, East New York in the building. Straight up, man. Is that what's that? Is that Flatbush? Is Brownsville? Is Brownsville East New York? Let me know if I'm in the right if I'm in the right area. Is that Flatbush and Brownsville and all that? Or am I out of touch? Man, hit that, man. Share it live, y'all. You know they playing with our numbers, man. You know how they do. You know they give me 2 good videos every couple months, and then they play with the numbers. Like, it is what it is, man. What it is. Oh, all right. The borderline between Brownsville and East New York. All right, so that okay. Man, we got Oblock tonight, man. Oblock 6. We got to reply to before we get to that, we got to reply to Lil Rodney baby mother. The girl that we watched on video the other day, the girl that got booked, she home already. So you know she told. Single and okay with it. What it is. Baltimore in the building. You already know, man. Yo, that Umar Johnson doing the clout chasing too, y'all. Yo, she clout chasing like a motherfucker. Now that's not just the discredit. That's not just discredit what she's saying, but she definitely clout chasing. Like, come on, shorty. I mean, if he ain't take care of her, he ain't take care of her. I mean, we can't debate that, but she definitely on clout. So let me show you what she put out earlier. Before we get to the business, let some people get in here. So earlier today, she says this. This was earlier today.
I have a camel toe. I don't have to clout chase. Go on my page. I'm a comedian. I've been doing this Instagram shit. Been doing this social media shit. I've had multiple videos go viral before, and I had to deal with hate comments. It's nothing new. It's always,
yeah, we can't discredit her, but she definitely clout chasing.
You bashing your dad. You doing this, you doing that. But y'all don't know shit. But you want to keep exposing your personal business for money for the internet. You trying to make a come up. Bitch, I'm not trying to make a come up. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's on the fucking internet. So what the fuck am I exposing? It's on the internet. It's on Shade Room. It's on Neighborhood Watch. It's on all these pages. So what am I exposing? Fuck you, me. If I'm going on somebody's platform, you best believe I'm gonna get paid. And if you call that clout chasing, and you call that a come up, I don't give a fuck.
I ain't gonna lie. She act like yo for real.
You got me on your platform. You're gonna fucking pay me. I'm not trying to come up for all the wrong. A lot of people hit me up for interviews. Y'all gonna have to come out them fucking pockets because I'm not doing shit for free. How the fuck you want me on your platform with my face and my story and my words and you don't want to pay me? Then I'm not coming. 3,500 to 10K is my range.
Damn.
So you don't want to come up out them pockets? That's fine. I won't be on your platform. Y'all pay Dr. Umar thousands of dollars to get the fuck on there and talk. Y'all gonna pay me the same shit. Fuck.
Just now.
She the same one who said she not gonna talk about it, and then what? She the same one who said not to talk about it and not to clout chase, but now she talking about it. Now she clout chasing. Smart lady, yes, I'm very smart, and I can make my own decisions. Everybody kept giving me their opinion on what they think I should do and all this, and I'm taking everything in. I'm taking heed to everything. But I'm smart, and I have a mind of my own. I'm going to make my own decisions, regardless of who feels some type of way, because it's me that's on.
Yeah, you can tell that's his daughter. Like, she act like the dude, like make the same type of faces, and she damn near look like him for real.
On the front line, it's me that's on the media. It's me. So y'all can tell me what y'all
she
want.
clout chasing.
I'm still going to do what I feel like is best for me, as I should, and nobody's going to clock me for that. It's my situation. Who are you going to?
This my thing though.
Interview with? What's that girl name? Something K? Yeah, Tasha K, and like 6 other people. Do I have a camera?
See yo, that'd be that bullshit. Like doing a video was one thing, right? Yo, but I'm not. Yeah, I couldn't pay. Like yo, that I can't pay for that. You understand what I'm saying? Like I'm not paying you so you can come up here and just tell all your father business. Like I think that's where that's a step too far for me. You understand what I'm saying? Like I do a video, I put it out there, but I don't want to interview you so you can give me a whole rundown of your story. Nah, I can't do that. But Tasha K will. Tasha K will. You understand me? And $3,000 to $10,000, man, what? Shit, no, man, fuck that. That shit ain't got. See, yo, like if you paying her that much, right? You really just trying to slander Dr. Umar. If you willing to give that girl $3,000 to $10,000 for her to tell her story, you in the business. You just trying to slander that man. You just trying to discredit that man. You trying to do damage to him. Like I ain't trying to do damage to the man like that. No, not like that. Like I wouldn't pay for no interview so she can talk about her father and how much he wasn't there. Like you said enough. To me, I don't need to hear nothing else. So she did another. She posted another live that's going viral right now.
Does your mom hate him too? Of course she do. Cause he put his fucking hands on her. What's wrong, man?
Oh shit! Come on now. Come on. This is ridiculous. Now she accusing the man of abuse. Jimmy Christmas. Like yo, he better pay her or something. The fuck, he got to get off the internet. He not pay her, but he better get in her life. Because she going to do some serious damage. This girl is going to do some serious damage to Umar if he don't visit her.
Right, maybe he should be in jail.
Right. And like, she don't need it. Like, we don't need no more information. But you got some of these blogs, they want all the juicy details. When did he leave? Did you ever try to call him and he didn't come? Like, they want to know that. Like, this is that Umar Johnson daughter. Like, I don't need to know all that. Like, I know what an absent father is. Like, I had one. You know what I mean? I know about the calls. I'm going to come get you and don't come and you waiting for him. Like, I don't want to hear that. That's just going to make it worse for Umar.
I'm not even joking with y'all right now. It's a lot about him that y'all don't know. He's a crazy, sick man. How long was they together? I don't know. They met in college. I don't know how long they was together, but he was with his other child. He was with her mom for 5 years. That's what she told me over the phone. But I don't know how long him and my mom was together.
Oh, so she talked to the other sister. That's what's up. So you should go away now. That's what she said she wanted. You talked to the other sister. Now you should, fall back. Sunday
So
best.
he's a woman abuser? Yes, he is. And a liar, and a hypocrite, yeah, all those things. Yeah, she left him. And then this man got on the internet and said, my mom wanted to marry him. That's a lie. That's a lie.
How you know? You don't know if that's a lie or not.
Why would my mom want to marry somebody that put his fucking hands on her? This man is a fucking liar. And I can't stand him. Does your mom hate him too? Of course you do. Because he put his...
Yo, he gotta get to her, man. She gonna ruin that man. She ready to ruin yo, man. She don't want no relationship with him. She want to ruin him. Probably so, one and only. Yeah, that's what she trying to do. She trying to ruin yo.
Had a nice conversation with the man himself, Drake. And
22.
he brought up a conversational point that was...
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Big Lo. That's crazy you said that. You said he asked for all this. He would be destroyed by his own child. That is a wild series of events. Like that'd be serious though, bro. That really would be serious. For him to be on the internet for 15 years, lying, and his own fucking child destroy him. That's like a fucking movie or a book or something. If you heard me, that's like a book or something, man.
On this podcast that realistically didn't really get a resolution or we didn't get answers.
Yeah.
The thing he was
Probably
bringing
so.
up was the fact that at one point, Wack was holding a USB and basically saying that he had career-ending info about Drake. And so Drake did his due diligence, found out what it supposedly was. He doesn't seem worried at all about it.
Yeah.
But the accusation was that basically Wack had evidence of Drake ordering in a hat.
Trying to get a hat or two of them.
He was on the Lids online store trying to get a hat.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
And Drake's question for me was just basically like, what was the plan there? What does a street dude do? Even if Wack did have that.
His exact words was, what was he gonna turn it over? Because what else can you do as a street?
What the fuck is this? What they running a play? Yo, this is Wack is an agent, y'all. I keep telling people that. Like, I don't think, these names that I be putting on people, I ain't just putting them on anybody. If y'all notice, there's only certain people that these names are reserved for. An agent and Wack 100, I think that shit fits perfect. What's up, James?
Dude, with that type of evidence on me, where is that gonna end my career? Anywhere but.
I think it's a fair question
with
to ask.
the people. Like, what were you gonna do with that? What was your next step with that evidence, my boy? Because
My boy.
my boy,
Had a nice conversation with the man himself.
No, Adam talk about Drake sent them a you remember Adam, Wack 100 said he had some USB that'll ruin Drake's career and Drake need to get away from top 5 and he was gonna release it if whatever happened. So Drake reached out to Adam and they said what was supposed to be on the USB, which is wild. Like Drake is tripping if he moving like that. But Drake was wondering what was he gonna do with it? Give it to law enforcement?
And still going.
Whoa, shit! What the fuck was that, Terry? Yo, tripping. Miami Heat player Terry Rozier under investigation for rigging games for money. Yo, did y'all see that pass?
Over again, having a tough night.
And they close out.
Rozier off the DHO. And he turned it over.
Wow.
You don't want to play with your team, especially against Miami Heat.
He must not getting paid enough.
Benedict on lockdown to 3. They got to get busy. Rozier with a 9-1-1 comes up short with on barrel.
Rozier contested three is short. The ultimate teammates and sacrificed so much.
Hell no.
Rozier on the show and go. That all year. Empty corner two-man game. Rozier with a three.
He shot that too hard.
Anderson with a rebound. Rozier relocates for another try.
What?
But that was awfully short.
Hold up, y'all. Look at this pass. Look at this pass right here. Look at this pass. Yo, come on, bro. That was out of line. That wasn't a real pass. He gonna end up in federal prison playing games. Yo, you know, they don't play about that sports betting shit, even though they all do it, I think, behind closed doors. But if you get caught for that shit, he must say, see what happened with Donahue. How much time they gave Tim Donahue for that shit? 5 years or 3 years or something?
Over again, having a tough night.
He ain't there close out.
Rozier off the DHO, and he turned it over, turn it up. But you don't want to play with your team, especially against Miami. I can tell you, hey, you don't like playing in Miami.
Yo, airball.
Down to three, they gotta get busy. Rozier with a 9-1-1 comes up short. Get on barrel. Rozier contested three is short. The ultimate teammates and sacrificed so much.
Yo, hell no, yo. He too good to be throwing layups over the basket. He is too good to be shooting layups over the basket and don't even hit the rim. Come on, you's an all-star, bro.
On the show and go. That all year. Empty corner two-man game. Rozier with a three. Anderson with a rebound. Rozier relocates for another try.
Airball that bitch.
That was awfully short.
Hey, yo, he wild as shit. He gonna end up getting himself in trouble. How much time Tim Donahue caught for that shit? Referee Tim Donahue sentenced to prison.
15
Oh, they getting
months.
15 months.
According to ESPN.com, a federal judge in Brooklyn has sentenced former NBA referee Tim Donaghy to 15 months in prison for taking payoffs from a professional gambler for inside tips on games.
Well, he got 15 months. Ty Rozier, they gonna double that on his ass. Fucking around. All right, yo, so, y'all remember we watched this video yesterday? Remember we watched this yesterday?
It's the hoe that took them to do the shooting. It's the hoe that they was in the car with, and fuck that hoe. And when I find out who this bitch is, when you gotta tell, I'ma beat your stupid ass. Everybody gonna beat your motherfucking ass. Yeah, everybody gonna whoop you, bitch. Here go this hoe. Y'all take a good look at this. This hoe finna tell. This hoe finna tell. This hoe finna tell. This the bitch. That hoe finna tell. Hold on, go back to this bitch. Hold on, y'all lock this fucking phone. Come on. Okay, this some noise.
Yeah, so remember they went in on her the other day. And I showed y'all she was crying. Well, she is home right now. So you know she did some talking. And you can tell she did some talking based off of what she said when she came home.
The whole situation was fucking stupid. The car wash, it was stupid. They didn't have to do that shit. The fuck? But if the mama wanna know what happened and what the fuck I know, I'm willing to tell her. Cause she deserved that. That mama know. I'm glad the fuck. Bitch, you know how I am with kids. I would never hurt no fucking kid, bro. I would never agree with nobody hurting no fucking kid, bro. Like, are you cool? You know that. Like, you know that shit. So for you to bash me like that, you to do the game like that, my mama, you trifling in a hoe, bro. Cause anybody know me, bro. I've never harmed a kid a day in my life, bro. I never did nothing to no kids, bro. I don't agree with that nigga killing no kids. I asked him, how the fuck could you do some shit like that? How the fuck is...
You know she telling. She telling online, so she definitely told the police he did that shit.
You sleep doing shit like that? What the fuck? I was mad about that shit. The fuck no. Y'all bad shit, so y'all got questions. Ask the motherfucking questions. Ask fucking questions, and my mama tell y'all what the fuck going on. Ask a question. Oh God, I will let you know. Y'all wanna know how the fuck? Y'all wanna know how we got caught?
Yo, clout is clout. What I tell y'all about clout? For one, what the fuck is she doing? This is a whole investigation going on right now. She can get charged for this. This is called impeding an investigation. But I told you, clout overrides judgment. It overrides common sense. She ain't thinking about none of that. She want to go viral.
I will gladly tell y'all. Shit, they put a track on my car.
Dallas Global.
I went to jail too. The fuck? They interrogated me too like I was guilty. Because I had nothing to do with none of that. None of that. Nothing at all. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. It had nothing to do with that. But to the way everybody that's bashing me, nigga, fuck y'all. Because y'all don't know the truth. Y'all don't know the real. Because when the truth motherfucking come out that I had nothing to do with none of that shit, you all gonna be looking pissy.
What video with audio?
Like y'all telling me to go to hell and shit. Bitch, I'm out. Y'all, everybody who said I wasn't gonna get out, bitch, I'm out.
She said everything.
I didn't take him. I didn't take him nowhere. I didn't take the nigga nowhere. The nigga was already out here. The nigga was already out here. I don't even know how he got out here. I didn't take that nigga nowhere. I didn't take that nigga nowhere. I didn't take him out here. I didn't take him out here. He was already out here. He told me to come out here, and that's exactly what the fuck I did, came out here. I wasn't hiding that nigga or nothing.
Yo.
That nigga knew the chances.
She must be right outside the precinct. She talking about out here, so she's still out there. She must be, that's the same clothes she had on when she got booked. Yo, she stepped out the precinct, got her phone, and went live. They probably lock her ass back up.
He was taking, getting in this motherfucking car. I had nothing to do with none of that shit. I told him, I feel like they following me. I feel like they following me. He told me, nah, ain't nobody following you good. Bitch, you trying to get in this car, you back out. That got shit to do with me. I'm glad they got your ass, because I'm scared. The whole time we're in the car ride, I'm scared. Bitch, what the fuck is you on? I'm asking him questions. Fuck is you fucking back on? Why you do that? How could you do that? How could the fuck did you kill a kid, bro? How could you do that? How could you kill that fucking kid? The nigga kept telling me he didn't know that baby was there. Bitch, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you fool, ho? How could you kill a kid? The fuck? No, I had nothing to do with none of that shit. No. Everybody.
What page is
that
on?
The whole situation was fucking stupid. The car wash, it was stupid. They didn't have to do that shit. The fuck? But if the mama want to know what happened and what the fuck I know, I'm willing to tell her. Because she deserved that. That mama know.
What page that on,
Bitch,
Bad
you know how I am with kids. I would never hurt no fucking kid, bro. I would never agree with nobody hurting no fucking kid, bro. Like, are you cool? You know that. Like, you know that shit. So for you to bash me like that, you do the game like that, my mama, you trifling in a hoe, bro.
I want to find that whole live. Somebody might got it on YouTube. We ready to get into the paperwork, y'all. We ready to get into the paperwork. I wanna find that whole live though. All right. The fuck can we type in? I don't even know what the fuck to type in. Lord Ronnie Killers speak. Hey yo, why are people running with this narrative, right? Like it's disgusting that people is doing this. They running with this narrative that kids and women never was off limits. I swear, y'all, I want to know who the fuck is paying these people. Because even if that's true, which is not, right? Just think about this. Even if that's true, which is not, right? Why would you say that on a platform? Why would you say that? And these same bloggers, they lie about everything else, right? They lie about everything else, but they get on the platform. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, I don't respect nobody that's from Houston, Texas, or that Texas area. So they got portions of it. From that Texas area.
What's up, YouTube? I'm back with another
Man,
video.
shoot the this Big Willie TV. And they not speaking on the role that them blogs played in promoting that beef. Like, that's fake and phony to me. Like, you can't really be in outrage and not speak on what the blogs did. The blogs is pivotal in that beef, y'all. They egged it on for years. For years, they egged it on.
You ain't talking. But bitch, you release my fucking number? You weird. You weird. Cause I was the same. I was helping you. When you had that shit.
She getting out confident.
Who released that number?
Seem like she.
So, a college kid, I got you.
Face. Oh, she's squibbiness.
Bitch, you know how I am with kids. I would never hurt you. You're killing no kids. I asked him, how the fuck did you question? Ask fucking questions and my mama tell y'all. Y'all wanna know how we got caught? I would gladly tell y'all. Shit, they put a track on my car.
They put a track on the car.
I didn't know about the tracker. Working with the laws or what?
She definitely had to been working. They say they put a track on a car. They put a track on her car. That happened fast.
So they
No,
put a
Don't like they did.
Fort Worth.
They're probably trying to.
I had nothing to do with none of that. None of that. Nothing at all. Hell no.
That's Cap Sally.
She can tell whatever she knew.
So she had nothing.
No, yo, but I don't understand. Like, yo, I don't understand how you can be from that area and don't call out them blogs. Like, yo, that's like, you can't really be mad. You can't really be mad like how I am, because I'm mad anytime a situation like this happen, and not call out the blogs. The blogs was pivotal. Sean Cotton was pivotal in this beef. And he decides to do an interview capitalizing off of it some more.
Hell no. Hell no. It didn't have nothing to do with that. But so where everybody that's bashing me, nigga, fuck you.
Why she
Oh,
play?
Instagram must have ended her live. Instagram ended that shit. Excuse me. You said so on Twitter? We ready to get into the paperwork since we going to Twitter now anyway. We ready to get into the paperwork. Y'all gotta hear this paperwork. It's a lot of reading though, so it's gonna take us a while. But y'all gotta hear this shit. It just shows you, yo, what the federal government can do whatever. They don't need real evidence. They don't need a real case. They can just do whatever the fuck they want to do. It's crazy, yo, that it's like that. Like, you would have think the federal government would have a higher standard or a higher bar to prove, but they don't. This ain't the Real College Kid page. Fuck is the Real College Kids page? Fuck me spell that shit. You can't hear what they saying, man. You can't make out what they saying. Yo got extendo on that, whatever that is. It's extended clip on that. Like he got a chop or something. Yeah, you can't make out what they saying. So is that the same car they got pulled over in? Because if they was in the passenger and she probably was driving. Yeah, you can't make out what they saying. But all right, so let's get to the paperwork, y'all. So y'all know for a while I've been telling y'all that Oblock case was nonsense. I still believe it's nonsense. And for a long time we've been waiting for this paperwork because they haven't been sentenced yet. So in the feds, you know, they gotta get these motions out the way before they get sentenced. They gotta get these motions out the way before they get sentenced. And the feds have been delaying the process of sentencing because they haven't answered to these motions. All right, so say United States of America by its attorney, Morris Pascal, acting United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, submits the following consolidated response to defendants' motions for judgment of acquittal and motions for new trial for Roberson, Smart, Thomas, Liggins, Alford, and Turpin. On April 5th, 2023, defendant Charles Liggins, Kenneth Roberson, Carlos Alford, Christopher Thomas, Marcus Smart, and Ralph Turpin were charged in a 7-count superseding indictment with the murder as a violent crime of Carlton Weekly, aka FBG Duck, and aid of racketeering activity in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 1959 A1 and 2, count 1, as to all defendants using, carrying, brandishing, and discharging a firearm doing in relation to a crime of violence, namely the murder of Carlton Weekly, as a violent crime and aid of racketeering activity. All right, so let's get to what's going on. So you got VCAR murder. What is VCAR murder? Violation of RICO. All right, VC. Aid of racketeering. All defendants, you got Liggins, Roberson, Alford, all of them was found guilty of that. That was count 1, conspiracy to commit VCR murder. All defendants, Carlton Weekly. All right, bet. So let's get to what's going on, man. Sentencing hearings are scheduled to take place on August 11, 2025 for Liggins, August 13, 2025 for Roberson, August 26, 2025 for Turpin, August 28, 2025 for Thomas, September 9th, 2025 for Alford, and September 18th, 2025 for Smart. You see, I told you they got the less evidence on Muwak. Each defendant filed separate post-trial motions seeking judgment of acquittal on various counts and a new trial on other grounds over claimed errors. Each defendant moved to adopt the motion filed by his co-defendants to the extent they relate to the defendant. Thus, the government submits a consolidated response to all of defendants' motions. All right, so the legal standard for judgment of acquittal. A motion for judgment of acquittal challenges the sufficiency of the evidence to sustain a guilty verdict against a defendant. A defendant faces a nearly insurmountable hurdle in contending that the jury had insufficient evidence to find him guilty. The court must afford great deference to jury verdicts, view the evidence in light of the most favorable to the jury's verdict, and draw all reasonable inferences in the government's favor. United States versus Brown. The jury verdict may set aside on the grounds of insufficient evidence only if no rational tier of fact could have agreed with the jury. B. Sufficient evidence support the jury finding of guilt. All right. We already know what happened. We don't need to read that. So let's get to what's really going on. We know about that. He was shot 16 times. Cache Williams, who was in a car in front of Dolce & Gabbana 2 times. Smart and Ross shot Weekly and Brinson. Thomas stood over and shot Weekly after Weekly had fallen to the ground. Liggins shot Williams as she sat in the driver's seat of her vehicle. As the shooting unfolded, Turpin stood across the street, phone in hand, watching. After the 2 vehicles drove off, Turpin and Dent walked toward Weekly's body, confirmed he had been shot, and left the area. All right, so VAC murder is violent crime in aid of racketeering. It's count 2. Counts 1, 4, and 6 of the superseding indictment charged the defendants with violent crime in aid of racketeering. Count 1 charged all defendants with murder and aiding and abetting the murder of Carlton Weekly as a violent crime in aid of racketeering. Counts 4 and 6 charged defendant Liggins, Smart, Thomas, Arthur, and Robeson with the VCAR assault of Cache Williams and Devin Brinson as violent crimes in aid of racketeering. To prove VCR murder offenses against principals, the government must show 1, the existence of the enterprise, 2, the enterprise was engaged in racketeering activity, 3, the activities of the enterprise affected interstate commerce, 4, the defendants committed the murder, count 1, or assault with a dangerous weapon, counts 4 and 6, and 5, the defendants committed the murder, the charged murder, count 1, or assault with a dangerous weapon, counts 4 and 6. For the purpose of maintaining or increasing the defendant's position in the enterprise, the government need not prove this was the defendant's sole or principal purpose. That's what I mean by, so they saying they don't need to prove that this was their sole purpose. You know, even though we saying they're a gang and they're RICO, and this was racketeering activity, the government don't need to prove this was the defendant's sole purpose. To prove a defendant aided and abetted in VCR offenses, the government must prove 1, the crime charge was committed, 2, the defendant participated in the criminal activity and tried to make it succeed, and 3, the defendant did so knowingly. So how the fuck is that even racketeering? Like, how is that racketeering? This the shit I be talking about, yo, where the laws is so geared toward the federal government. The crime charge was committed. The defendant participated in the criminal activity and tried to make it succeed, and the defendant did so knowingly. But that don't even line up with this. To prove VCR offenses against principle, the government must show 1, the existence of an enterprise, 2, the enterprise engaged in racketeering activity, 3, the activity of the enterprise affected interstate commerce, 4, the defendant committed the murder. But that is not the same thing as this. You understand what I'm saying? But let's continue. It's crazy, yo, how the federal government just win cases. OG Swank, you Trich's news. I know you is. We're gonna get to you. Your what you said is in here too. Cause you only come around when we talk about this. I noticed it. Definition of murders for count 1 and the assault with dangerous weapon are defined under Illinois law. All right, so let's get to what they saying. The government proved the Oblock street gang was an enterprise. An enterprise can include a group of people associated for a common purpose of engaging in a course of conduct. The group can be associated for purposes that are both legal and illegal. In considering whether a group is an enterprise, a jury should consider whether it has an ongoing investigation, organization, or structure, formal or informal. It's like, yo, look. So look, it can be legal and illegal, and it can be formal or informal. So how the fuck do you win? Like, yo, goddamn, like, yo, how do you win in this situation? And whether the various members of the group function as a continuing unit. A group can be an enterprise even if it loses or gains members over time. The government need not to prove that the enterprise had any form or structure beyond the minimum necessary to conduct the charged racketeering activity. So they don't even have to have structure. So say Oblock had rules and structure. The jury heard directly from David Sloan, a career criminal who's also was under charges himself. He was trying to get up under these gun charges he had. A current member of Oblock, about his structure and activities. Sloan testified he lived in Parkway Gardens and was a member of Oblock for several years. He testified that Oblock had meetings, engaged in group decision-making, and shared resources, including guns and drugs. Oblock participants had designated roles. People who would slide, basically shoot at or kill rival gang members, called ops, and people who sold drugs within Parkway Gardens, an apartment complex at which the Oblock enterprise operated. Oblock had leadership structure in that at times, leaders of Oblock included defendant Liggins, whom Sloan identified as C. Murder in Charles, and named the person named T. Roy, among others. Sloan testified that Oblock meetings had controlled attendance. The meetings were invitation only for people who could put in the work of the enterprise. In other words, shoot at opponents or sell drugs. At these meetings, people in high positions within Oblock leadership would make decisions and share those decisions with the rest of the members of Oblock. Oblock leadership would distribute guns to the shooters within the Oblock enterprise. Drugs will also be distributed to be sold in Parkway Gardens. Sloan was not able to go to these meetings until he shot at opponents, which Oblock treated him with respect and included him in the meetings. Sloan testified that Oblock as a group formed relationship with other gang sets, including subsets of the Black Disciples. Oblock was clicked up with or allied with gang sets called 600, THF, and Lamron. Lamron being normal, spelled in reverse. Gang sets that were clicked up with each other shared each other's enemies. For example, one of Oblock rivals was STL. Because Oblock was clicked up with THF, Oblock enemies were also enemies of THF and vice versa. So someone from THF would consider STL a rival gang. Because STL was a rival to Oblock, gang sets that were clicked up with each other could go into each other's territory when they likely would not have been able to otherwise. According to Sloan, several members of Black Disciples gang sets in Chicago, including Oblock, 600, THF, and others, were clicked up under the group Only the Family. Whoa, that's crazy. With an explanation, which is butter, OTF stood for Only the Family. Sloan also described the meaning of the term alley hoop. According to Sloan, an alley hoop happens when someone provides the location of an enemy in return for money payment or some other benefit. If a person who was not a member of Oblock provided Oblock with the alley hoop or location of one of Oblock rivals, that person would benefit and could be paid. Sloan also testified that within Oblock there were different subgroups based on age range, including Stretch Gang, Baby Stretch Gang, Baby Bailouts, J-Mac Gang, and Jado Jump Out Boys. Sloan testified that Oblock had rules and expectations, which it enforced. If Oblock members saw an app, they were expected to shoot at that app and report back to Oblock what had happened. Additionally, if a member of Oblock was shot, they had to report that back as well. Sloan testified this communication was important for safety because Oblock as a group needed to be aware of possible retaliation. Second, it was important and expected for someone who shot at an enemy to tell others in Oblock because it would affect the shooter's standing within Oblock. For example, Sloan gained more standing in Oblock after he shot at members of STL. Oblock also enforced rules about paying dues and otherwise contributing to the group. Oblock would punish members who violated his rules. According to Sloan, even a successful rapper who was seen not to be paying his dues was robbed by Oblock. They're talking about Chief Keef. Other violations could result in getting beatings or punched in the face. For a severe violation, Oblock will punish someone with such a severe beating resulting in swelling of the victim's head, known as pumpkin head. The most serious offense against Oblock was snitching, which could result in the punishment of death. This is the punishment. What? This is the punishment is what Oblock referenced when they used the phrase snitch K or snitch killer. Oblock had control of territory. Oblock operation as an enterprise was also evident by its fact it controlled territory. The Parkway Gardens complex, located on the south side of Chicago, is approximately 64th Street and Martin Luther King Drive, functioned as Oblock headquarters. Other people lived in the apartment complex, but Parkway Gardens was where Oblock members met, operated, and felt safe. Rival gangs would not go there. Weekly avoided going to Parkway Gardens. Parkway Gardens was so important to Oblock that some members even referenced the apartment complex location as Oblock or the O, meaning the physical seat of the Oblock enterprise, and used these names to identify themselves. For example, Davon Bennett, a member of Oblock, who was a well-known rapper and used the stage name King Von, released a song, Took Her to the O, referencing Parkway Gardens. Defendant Smart, who went by Muwap, had social media accounts under the handle Muwap from the O, short from Muwap from the O. Conversely, people who reference to Parkway Gardens as an apartment complex rather than a seat of the Oblock enterprise did not refer to it as Oblock or the O. For example, the jury heard testimony from Terrence Garrett, a security guard, that he had previously worked at Parkway Gardens. Members of Oblock enterprise identified themselves on social media with tattoos and in music as belonging to Oblock, as described further below. Oblock members refer to themselves as 64 in reference to the 64th Street where Parkway Gardens is located. The jury heard testimony from a longtime Black Disciple member, Martell Wiley, Snitches News, who lived in Parkway Gardens starting from 2006 or 2007, that the Black Disciples in Parkway Gardens began referring to themselves as Oblock in August of 2011, after Parkway Gardens resident O.D. Pryor was killed. Prior to Pryor's death, Oblock members referred to themselves as Wick City. Oblock members also referred to themselves as Get Back Gang or Key to World, after another individual from Parkway Gardens who had died. Oblock members also defined themselves by what they were not. For example, they would define themselves as not from 63rd, a block which was located with the STL set of the Gangster Disciples, which operated near 63rd in St. Lawrence, and with which Weekly was associated, as described further below. Jury heard from multiple witnesses that Liggins, Thomas, Smart, Robeson, and Alford lived in or spent time in Parkway Gardens and represented their affiliation with Oblock on social media. Sloan testified that he was aware that an individual could be told to take social media references to Oblock down if they were not actually Oblock. These defendants also represented their affiliation with the Oblock in tattoos or jewelry, described below. The jury heard that Davon Bennett designed and obtained chains with pendants from a jewelry store in Atlanta, Georgia, and provided the chains to members of Oblock. That pendant had Oblock on one side. The back of each pendant was customized with engravings of names of deceased members of Oblock, the number 64, and other reference to Oblock. Defendant Liggins, for example, posted images on a video of himself on social media wearing an Oblock chain. In the images of his tattoos, Oblock Glock Boss, he identified himself as C Murder, Oblock online. Some of his online accounts here the information included Snitch K, Get Back Gang, and Oblock. Yo, see y'all, this is all snitching, yo. Like, yo, this young generation is crazy. That shit is crazy. Why would you put all that in your social media? That's like if I sold drugs, Keep It G News, biggest drug seller from Baltimore. Like, what the fuck is y'all doing, man? Like, these young kids is crazy, man. Oblock reference to Oblock in terms that it used, as the jury heard from Sloan. Snitch K refers to Snitch Killer, and Get Back Gang refers to Oblock. Defendant Sloan referenced to himself online as Muwap from the O, meaning Oblock. Smart also has displayed tattoos of T. Roy and Oblock. Excuse me. Defendant Thomas identified himself on Instagram as Oblock64 C Thing. He posted a social media photo of himself with the caption 64th, I'm from Oblock. T-Bone. Defendant Alford identified himself as Oblock Los in his iCloud account and used the handle whatever on Instagram, using the number 64, which are important to the Oblock. He also borrowed an Oblock chain to wear in a music video for a song, Never Changed. In the music video, Alfred wears an Oblock chain and he sings repeatedly, Oblock, Munich Gang, this shit will never change. The song generally described his loyalty to Oblock. Alfred also represented his alliance to OTF, the gang group that included Oblock and other clicked up gang sets with a large OTF tattoo on his chest. Defendant Robeson also represented his association with Oblock online. His Instagram account profile photo is a picture of him taken at the Parkway Gardens, and the profile information includes OTF and Oblock reference, among others. Alright. Y'all ready? Nigga, you told too, nigga. The jury heard evidence that Oblock engaged in racketeering acts of murder in the violation of state laws of Illinois and offenses involving narcotics trafficking in violation of Title 21, United States Code Section 814A1 and 846. Unlike the RICO statute, so this is different than a RICO. I never knew this. So, dang, y'all. Racketeering activity and RICO isn't the same thing. They under different statutes. So VCAR does not require the government to prove a pattern of racketeering activity. Only that VCAR enterprise engaged in racketeering activity. What the fuck is the difference? Like, yo, see this that federal government shit, yo, that they that's bogus as a motherfucker. Listen to this again, y'all. Unlike the RICO statute, VCAR does not require the government to prove a pattern of racketeering activity. Only that the VCAR enterprise engaged in racketeering activity. Is that not the same thing? That's crazy as hell. So this is where butter come into play, y'all. This is where butter come into play. The Oblock enterprise engaged in murders. So when Butter say, "Oh, I told on the dead," no, this was Butter Roll. Butter Roll was the proof that this beef been going on for years. What? They call you crazy motherfucker. Yeah. His role in this case was to prove that this beef been going on for years. He didn't tell on the dead. No, that wasn't. He told on the dead to get out of them gun cases. He was used in this trial to give them a timeline of events so they can make it racketeering activity. The jury heard evidence that Oblock committed 3 murders. The murders of Weekly, discussed above, the 2014 murder of Jakira Barnes, a.k.a. K.I., by Davon Bennett, a.k.a. King Von, and the 2011 murder of Dave Squirrel Fisher by T. Roy, a member of Oblock leadership. Murder of Jakira Barnes. Whatever Coleman, a friend of Barnes, testified about witnessing Barnes' murder firsthand. Coleman testified that she and Barnes were standing outside a house on a porch when Bennett came up and shot Barnes at close range. Coleman also indicated Bennett shot Rakeem Wilton, a.k.a. FBG Butter, in the process. Wilton also testified and provided the jury with a similar recollection of events. Both Coleman and Wilton identified the same photo of Bennett as Barnes' killer. They both testified that Barnes was shot and killed in front of a house on Eberhard. They both testified that Bennett also shot Wilton. They both testified that the people who were present that day were Barnes, Coleman, Wilton, and an individual named Krishan. They both described Barnes standing on a porch of a house before the murder. They both described Wilton and Coleman being down the steps from the porch. They both testified that Wilton ran from the shooting. Wilton testified he was shot in the leg and he was trying to get away. The murder of Dale Fisher. Wilton also testified regarding the 2011 murder of Fisher in STL territory, Wilton observed Oblock members T-Roy get out of the car and shoot Fisher. Wilton described running from T-Roy because he was afraid of T-Roy and his violent reputation. Wilton testified T-Roy shot Fisher so many times he nailed it. He nailed Fisher to the gate. Damn. Jesus Christ. He said he nailed him to the gate. So his body was stuck on the gate. I don't know why. This is not going to change the trajectory of the black community. The 2011 murder of Fisher and the 2014 murder of Barnes bore some of the hallmarks of charged murder of Charleston Weekly. Members of Oblock came to the victim's location and shot them repeatedly. All three murders were brutal in style, and all three were killed in the area outside Parkway Gardens. Fisher was killed in STL territory, which was considered the territory of Oblock rivals, and Barnes was considered an opponent of Oblock and has stated she killed O.D. Perry, Oblock's namesake. All right. Sloan testified that drugs were passed out in Oblock meetings for the purpose of sale in Parkway Gardens. Additionally, the jury heard recorded jail calls from a person from when Robeson was incarcerated on an unrelated case. During the calls, Robeson discussed possessing and distributing coke and drugs with C. Murder. Yo, Robeson did a lot of fucking talking. He fucked them over. He fucked them over big time. That boy did a lot of fucking talking. During the calls, Robeson discussed possessing and distributing coke and drugs with C. Murder. Like, how you gonna talk to somebody on the jail phone about you selling drugs and then mention somebody else? Like, goddamn, if you're gonna have that conversation, just talk about yourself. In some of the calls, Robeson spoke to his sister who lived in Parkway Gardens. Robeson described bringing $600 worth of coke to his sister's home in zip bags. Robeson expressed concerns to his sister because Liggins had complained he did not receive the full $600 worth. In another call, Liggins related to Robeson that the rest of the drugs were accounted for and were in a bag on her bed. In another call, Robeson described the incident to a third person, saying, Liggins, get in there to get the rest of the drugs. I tell him Murder like, man, I don't give no fucks if that's our house. This our block. For the context of the call, it appears that Liggins retrieved the drugs Robeson left with his sister at Parkway Gardens, which Robeson described as our block to Liggins. All right, look. Oblock enterprise affected interstate commerce. So listen to the government's burden. The government only needs to prove that Oblock as a whole engaged in an activity involving interstate commerce, or that its activity affected interstate commerce to any degree. The government was not required to prove that any specific defendant engaged in interstate commerce, or that the acts of the defendants engaged in interstate commerce. The jury heard extensive testimony, including from Zayar Joma, I ain't never heard this person, and stipulations about Oblock chains that were purchased by Davon Bennett. Oh, that's Johnny Dang. Is that Johnny Dang? Which one of them was jewelry store guys had to testify? Was that Johnny Dang? I don't want to say the wrong name. Who was that, y'all? OG, you know, who was that? Icebox? Is that Icebox that had to testify? Icebox. All right, got you. My bad, Johnny. From Jomo's store in Atlanta and given to certain members of Oblock. Additionally, the party stipulated that metaverse servers are outside of Illinois. Members of Oblock Enterprise, including the defendant and others, publicly posted on Instagram and Facebook about their membership in the Oblock, where anyone could view the postings affecting interstate commerce. How the fuck is that affecting interstate commerce? What's the definition of affecting interstate commerce? What is affecting interstate commerce?
Conduct affects interstate commerce if it in any way involves, interferes with, changes, or alters the movement or transportation or flow of goods, merchandise, money, or other property in commerce between or among the states or between the United States and a foreign country. The term affecting commerce extends to the protection of interstate commerce from hindrance or obstruction due to activities which are wholly intrastate or local in character. The state may not burden interstate commerce by discriminating against it or persons engaged in it or the citizens or property originating in another state. It is not necessary for the government to show that the defendant actually intended or anticipated an effect on interstate or foreign commerce. All that is necessary is that the government prove that the defendant's actions affected interstate or foreign commerce, no matter how minimal. Even activity that is purely intrastate in character may be regulated by Congress, where the activity, combined with like conduct by others similarly situated, affects commerce among the states or with foreign nations.
Nah, they saying the public postings on Instagram and Facebook about their membership in Oblock, where anyone could view the postings affecting interstate commerce. Like, how is them posting that shit on Facebook and social media? How does that affect interstate commerce? No, that's not what they're saying, bro. They're saying the meta servers, because the meta servers are outside of Illinois. Get the fuck out of here, yo. Wow. Wow. That is crazy. So by them posting the Oblock on social media and the meta servers are outside of Illinois, that affected interstate commerce. What the fuck? Hey, man. Y'all better take that shit out y'all fucking Instagram handles. Cause the federal government on bullshit. Alright, so listen to this, y'all.
Government response to a video of the shooting showed two vehicles pulling up to Dolce & Gabbana, and two shooters emerging from each vehicle, leaving a driver in each car. Government X 2000. Video from Oak Street showed the license plates for each vehicle. ID. The parties stipulated that one of these license plates was registered to a car belonging to defendant Offord, and the other to a car belonging to defendant Roberson. Dar. 3264 to 3265. Chicago Police Department officers testified to gathering camera footage from Oak Street businesses, license plate reader data, and pod cameras tracing the two vehicles to and from the Oak Street shooting location. Both cars came from Parkway Gardens, the heart of Oblock, and traveled together to Oak Street, even making a wrong turn and course correcting together along the way. Government X 5051. As described further below, Roberson S. Chrysler returned to Parkway Gardens and Offord returned his Fusion to a car dealership after the shooting.
Video identification. So listen to this, y'all. The jury observed video from Parkway Gardens the day of the shooting. After Turpin saw weekly at Melina Boutique, men started running around Parkway Gardens, upstairs to an apartment unit, and back to the two vehicles used in the shooting. After the shooting, video from Parkway Gardens showed the return of Roberson's Chrysler. 5 independent witnesses identified one or more of the defendants in images and video derived from security footage taken from multiple cameras in Parkway Gardens, a compilation of which was admitted into evidence as Government Exhibit 2000. These independent witnesses identified the defendants at footage times consistent with one another as described below. So listen to this shit. Now, everybody know that footage was grainy as a motherfucker. Everybody know that footage was grainy as hell. So, David Sloan testified to being a member of Oblock who lived in Parkway Gardens and continued to spend time there. Mind you, y'all, David Sloan got a gun charge he's trying to get a deal on. And he's a career criminal. Sloan testified to knowing a number of the defendants. He knew Liggins as C. Murder or Charles and knew him to be a member of Oblock. Sloan testified that defendant Liggins was a leader of Oblock in 2020. He recognized Liggins in multiple images, including Government Exhibit 501, 503, and 505-1. Sloan testified that while he personally knew who defendant Liggins was, the two did not have a relationship. Sloan testified that he had seen Liggins in Parkway Gardens over a number of years, including between 2013 and 2021. Sloan also said he knew defendant Liggins' brother, Sherrod, and recognized him in Government Exhibit 562. Sloan identified Liggins in government exhibit, whatever, 2000, at the 14:52 second mark. The 14-minute and 52-second mark, which depicted defendant Liggins in a stairwell at Parkway Gardens. Sloan testified he knew defendant Alford as Los. He said he personally knew who defendant Alford was, but did not have a relationship with him. So he knew all these guys, but they had no relationship. But they all from Oblock, though. Sloan recognized Alford in government exhibit 512 and testified to seeing him in Parkway Gardens over a number of years. Sloan identified Alford in exhibit 2000 at the 105 mark. Sloan testified he knew Thomas as C-Thing. He recognized Thomas in government exhibit 520 and the rest of them exhibits. Sloan testified he knew Thomas was from Parkway Gardens and a member of Oblock. He testified that he saw Thomas in Parkway Gardens starting between 2011 and 2013 and ending in 2021. Sloan identified Thomas in government exhibit 2000 and at the 13-minute 28-second mark and 15-minute 17-second mark. Yo, if we was to go to them marks, I guarantee you. Let's go to them. Oblock stairway footage. Oblock. I guarantee y'all. Let's see. Let's go to that footage. See how clear it is. Where's the whole? Nah, we need the whole video. That shit probably on Reddit. Is this the whole video right here? This might be the whole video right here. What mark was it? 13, 28, and 15, 17. So that can't be the whole, this can't be the whole video. All right, let's see if we can identify these people like he's saying he did. See how clear this footage is. What is it, 1328? One at 1328, y'all, and 1517?
If you live anywhere here in the red circled area.
No, y'all, because they railroading these boys, man. Thirteen 28. Let's see how clear 1328 is.
Where we're using.
That's 13. You can't. 1328. Ain't nobody on that motherfucker. That might not be the whole video. 1328 and 1517. So 1328 shows nothing. Maybe it's this right here. Right here. Who we talking about? Arthur got the locks, right? Thomas. C-Thing got locks? Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't. So here go 1318 right here. So right there, it's at 1328. Like, look at this footage, y'all. Look at this footage. 1328. So this 1317. It gotta be 1320. 1322. Like, look at this footage, though. Like, how can you identify anybody from this footage? So this probably 1328 right here. It say 1329 on your shit. This must be this. So from right here, he say, yo, that's Thomas right there. You can't even see your face, man. You cannot see your face from this video. And where was the other one? 15, 17. So this video a little off. It must be right here. All right, let me go back. You can't see nobody from that. The fact that the federal government was able to use this footage is insane, y'all. They would not have been able to use this footage in no state court. Maybe it's this right here, y'all. Maybe it's this. It gotta be this. Right here. It gotta be this. So that's 17. On your video, that's 1749. He identified Joe. He identified Joe like that. No, see, they said that was Thomas. Well, I don't know, man. Who's Thomas? Thomas is C-Thing. You can't identify nobody from that video, man. All right. Sloan testified he knew Smart as Muwap. He recognized Smart in government exhibits. Sloan testified that he knew Smart's real name was Marcus, and he knew Smart was a member of Oblock. Sloan testified he had seen Smart in Parkway Gardens started between 2011 and 2013, and had previously had conversations with him. Sloan identified Smart in government exhibit 2000 at the 44-second mark and 2-minute and 46 mark. 44-second mark. So we don't know if the whole shit. See, yo, cause right here, 44-second mark start at they outside in Oblock. Yo, so you can identify somebody from this. Yo, but that's not. Of course we can. Of course you can. So you can be like, yo, that's Joe right here. That's my man Doo-Wop right there. That's little Lou. That's little Chris over here. You know, he be having a motherfucking gray hoodie on. Yo, well, we talking about life in prison though, Carl. It's not better video, bro. This is the video. This is the video used at court. It's not no better video. I don't know why people keep saying that. It's not better video. This is the video used at court, bro. This is the video they used to convict them boys. Okay, y'all. Where would they get better video from? If this the video that came from out the cameras in Oblock, where is this better video coming from? Because when you read the When you read the lawyer's motions said the video was grainy. That's what the lawyer said. And this is grainy video. So where's the other part that he noticed smart? And the 2-minute and 46-second mark. All right. So probably right here. Like, you can't notice nobody from this video, man. They didn't, bro. This is what they had. This is the video they used to convict them niggas, bro. I know it's hard to believe. I know it's hard to believe, man. But this is the video they used to convict them, man. I know it's hard to believe. So he said that's Muwak. Now, do I believe that's Muwak? More than likely that is, because he got this, you know, the built, the shape. He got the fresh cut. Look like he got the waves in the head. But to convict somebody and get somebody life in prison off of this video, I don't know about that, y'all. That's how innocent people get found guilty. And I'm not saying they're innocent. I'm just saying that this is how innocent people get sentenced to life in prison. This is how. By using evidence like this and making it. Basically, this is an assumption. It might be a good assumption, but it's still a assumption. It's not definitive. You can't depict anybody from these videos definitively. Definitively. It's other people with that bill, real. That could be anybody that look like Muwak. Look, definitively. You can't say who that is, man. You can insinuate. You can give an educated guess. You can give an educated guess. Yeah, it's an educated guess. But I'm not on stand, yo. I'm not on this. I'm not in the jury trying to figure out if they should spend the rest of their life in prison either. Yo, the people that drove them cars are done. They should be done. They got caught on camera readers. People testified. Like, but some of them guys, I'm not saying everybody. Some of them guys, they didn't have no case on. Some of the guys, they did. Trenches News, where you at, Trenches? This what Trenches News had to say, y'all. I know you watching. The feds don't typically give people the death penalty. Feds don't typically give people the death penalty. Yeah, one of the dudes told. We gonna get to him. Montreal something. Montreal EA, something like that. It's still up to the judge. This just the judge. The judge. Matter of fact, when did this paper come out? I ain't never even checked. When did this paper come out? It's up to the judge. The final determination. Of course, you know the state going. You know the United States government going to deny it. We just reading their reasons why they denying it. So this got released on January 30th. So this came out about a couple days ago. Now what the fuck this is? This March, ain't it? This came out like 30 days ago. A little over 30 days ago. About 40 days ago. Ain't nobody even hop on this yet. It's gonna be all over the internet by tomorrow. No, it is. No, they watching. They probably putting together videos now. Alright, so Trenches News. Fucking rank. Alright, Trenches News testimony. Trench's News testified to living in Parkway Gardens from 2006 to 2011, as well as being familiar with many of the residents of Parkway Gardens, including certain of the defendants. Trenches said he knew Liggins as C. Murder and recognized him in government exhibits. He said he knew Liggins was Sherrod's older brother. While he testified, he had met defendant Liggins in 2008 or 2009 and saw him inside Parkway Gardens a few times. While he knew that Liggins' real name was Charles Liggins. While he identified Liggins in government exhibits 2000 at 328. So is that the same time where the other nigga identified him? So 328. So is this Liggins right here? So he's saying this is Liggins, y'all. At 328, this is Liggins. Or is that Muab? Did somebody go up the steps already? All right, so somebody went up the steps. All right, so that was Muab. This was what offered. Then there was a nice little minute before somebody went up the steps. So he's saying this is Liggins. This C Murder right here. He know by this video that that's C Murder. Yeah, that's crazy, y'all. That is wild. Sup, G-Bag? Yo, that's insane. But so that's the 440 mark and the 1452 mark. So let's go to the 440 mark. No, we gotta go back because it can't be 440. And the 1452. Is that what it said? 1452. So that's him right here. So by this video, he said, man, that's C Murder. Yo, y'all can't see that this fucked up. Y'all think this should have been this. Y'all think this video should have been able to be used by the federal government. Look, you can't even put this bitch on 1080. Come on, Carl. Cut it out, man. While he testified, he knew defendant Robeson as Kenny Mack. He recognized defendant Robeson in government exhibits 507 and was able to do so because he previously been cellmates for a few months with defendant Robeson since 2014. While he identified Robeson in government exhibit 2000 at the 257 mark, 436 mark, 1225 mark, 257, 436. What's up, Freeform? 257. So we probably gotta go back. 506. Now, this video is terrible. This terrible, yo, to be giving somebody life in prison off this footage. So that's probably what that's him right there. Cause you know we a little bit, this shit a little bit behind. Hold on. So they asked all of them guys about different people in different times. Why didn't they ask them? So did Sloan see these same people at the same times? I bet they couldn't identify the same people at the same times. I bet they could not. I bet they couldn't do it. The witnesses, the people that's testifying. Yeah, I got Facebook. Is it a better version of this? Is it a better version of this video? Sean Mosley. Send to this Facebook page. It's the only Facebook page I can access. I ain't got no soft spot. I got a soft spot for motherfuckers getting railroaded by the system. Ain't about no old blockings. Yeah, but Mike, they don't make it right. I know they do. That's the issue. That's the issue. The issue is, dude, this is how innocent people get locked up, man. This is how innocent people spend 20, 30, 40 years in prison. This is how. By being able to use this type of evidence where it's more speculatory. It's more speculatory than it is not. You understand what I'm saying? You can't say for certain, without a doubt, that this is that person. If you can't say for certain, without a doubt, that this is that person, then they shouldn't be able to use it. They shouldn't be able to use it. But this is what they're allowed to do in fucking courts all across America, especially federal courts. It's not right. It's not right that they do that to people. That's all I'm saying. Like, yo, this is horrible. This is horrible footage. It's not about them being innocent, Carl. It's about proving guilty. It's about beyond a reasonable doubt. It's doubt all in this. This whole stairway footage is doubt. You can't say for certain that that's them people, man. You can speculate. Like I said, you can give an educated guess. But to say for certain that by this video, I know that's him, nah, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, real. It ain't Oblock. If this was STL, if this was anybody and they use this footage, I'm going to have an issue with it. If they use this footage on anybody to convict them, I'm going to have an issue with it, because this is how people that's innocent get sentenced to all these years. This is how. Yeah, this is how it's done, man. I'm just showing y'all how it's done. Now, of course, they're going to uphold the convictions, because that's what they do. But I'm just showing you a situation where they being railroaded. Not all of them, because there's stronger evidence on some of them. But some of these guys that's wrapped up in this shit is being railroaded, man. They're being railroaded. No, real, it's the system. It's the system. Yeah. It's the system. It's flawed. It's a flawed system. It's a flawed system. That's all I'm trying to show y'all. Like it's crazy the amount of people that's okay with this type of footage being used. It's way better camera footage than this. It's 4K cameras. Look at this footage. Look how clear this is. Now this is okay footage. This is clear footage. That's what I'm saying. Look at this. This is clear footage. I can see who this guy is right here. If this was Muwap, I'd be able to look at him and be like, yeah, that's Muwap. But this shit right here, this is fucking bogus. This is bogus, man. Not really. Look, let me show you the jumping in the car thing. Let me show you them jumping in the car. This is them jumping in the car. This is the footage of them jumping in the car. It's a big ass tree right here. You must not understand what I'm saying, Uncle Gary. It's not about them being cooked. It's about this footage. This footage shouldn't be admissible in court. Look, you see anybody jump in the car just now? Let's go back. Let's go back. Look, you see them? This is them jumping in the cars right here. Look at that shit. This them jumping in the car. You don't know who the fuck got in that car, man. You don't know who got in that car. There's no for certain the same people that ran out that house got in that car. All of them didn't have their phones. It's not true. All of them didn't have their phones. Look, you can't say off this footage who got in that car. Look, here go another car. You don't know who got in that car. Look, check them out. Look, the footage just jumped. You see that? What? Look at this. The footage just jumped. Watch this. Let's go back. Watch how the footage. So this is the car right here. Watch how the footage jump. Watch how the footage jump. And it jumped in court because the defense, look, see the footage just jumped? You don't see nobody getting that car. You don't see nobody getting that car. And it jumped in court because in the defense motion, they said the footage jumped. Let's go back again. Look, the footage jumped and now the car pulling off. Didn't leave no note towards girl. Uncle Gary, where you getting this information from, bro? You be watching the wrong channels, pimping. Man, leave no note towards girl. Yeah, I'm not disputing on that, Mike. I'm just saying, yo, that footage was flawed. It shouldn't have been able to be used. It shouldn't have been able to be used, man. It was flawed footage. It was grainy footage. You talking about people life on the line. You talking about life in prison, no parole. Like we not talking about 3 years. We talking about life in prison, no parole. You shouldn't be able to use this type of footage when life in prison is the motherfucking is the final answer. Yeah, but that's not people. You saying the self snitching? Everybody didn't talk, y'all. That's what I'm trying to. None of these guys told once they got arrested. Now Robeson, did a whole bunch of fucking talking to his girl, but the rest of them boys didn't. Because it's the evidence. Where was Congo? He supposed to been sending me something. You ain't never sent it. They have a video that shows I'm pulling up. It's the same video, bro. It's the same video. We can look at that too. It's still the same grainy footage. This after the murder right here. It's the same grainy footage. Look, same grainy footage. Can't see shit. They pulled up. This the clearest camera they got. It showed them niggas. It showed them running through Oblock because when they pulled up, the police was behind them. Look, there they go. See him running. You can't say who the fuck that is, man. Look, they ready run past. I think like up here or something. Look, who's that? Who's that right there? The shit skipped again. Come on, y'all. This was fucked up, y'all. It was fucked up. That's all I'm trying to point out. It was fucked up that they was allowed to use that evidence. While he testified, he knew Alfred as Los. He testified he knew Alfred real name as Carlos, and that he had known Alfred since moving into Parkway Gardens. Wiley said he had seen Alfred in Parkway Gardens before, and also said he spoke with him over FaceTime on August 4th, 2020. Wiley identified defendant Alfred in Government Exhibit 2000 at the 105 mark, depicted Alfred exiting a black car. Wiley testified that he knew defendant Smart as Muwab. Wiley recognized defendant Smart in government exhibits. Wiley said he had seen defendant Smart before, but not since he was a kid. Wiley testified he did not have a personal relationship with defendant Smart, but he had seen Smart in person before and knew his real name was Marcus. Wiley identified Smart in government exhibit 2000 at the 249 and 426 marks. So he said he ain't seen him since he was a kid. He ain't seen him since he was a kid, right? But he was able to identify him at the 249 marks and 426 mark. Nah, Carl, fuck no. It ain't like that. Ain't like that. They wrong, but we talking about. We're not talking about social media right now, bro. We talking about this video footage. That's what we talk about. We talk about video footage, bro. They pledged their allegiance to Oblock online. That's what I was talking about when I said online. They pledged their allegiance to Oblock online, not realizing that was a fucking crime into obstructing interstate commerce, because Meta is not in Chicago, and since you repping your gang online, that's automatically a federal charge if they want to. Which means that's not enough to be charged with murder, Davon. We talking about being charged with murder. We talking about video footage where these guys identified them people. Nobody admitted to committing the crime on social media. Nobody said I killed Duck on Instagram. But Terrence Garrett testified to working security at Parkway Gardens from 2014 to approximately January 2021. He said his time in security at Parkway Gardens included positions as a dispatcher, responsible for monitoring the security cameras at the property, and as the site supervisor from 2018 forward. Garrett testified he became familiar with the residents of Parkway Gardens as part of his job duties, and said that residents were obligated to identify themselves when asked by security. Garrett testified that some of his responsibilities included assessing dangers to residents, including gang activity on the property. Garrett said he was aware of black disciples being present in Parkway Gardens, and that Oblock was another way that black disciples refer to themselves. Garrett testified that members of the security team followed Oblock members on social media to follow their activity. Garrett testified that he knew who Liggins was and recognized him in government exhibits. He said he saw Liggins in Parkway Gardens throughout his tenure. He had spoken with him, knew him to be a member of Oblock, that he associated with other members of Oblock, and that he wore a chain indicating his membership in Oblock. Garrett identified Liggins in Government Exhibit 2000 at the 3-minute mark, 4-minute mark, and 14-minute mark. Garrett testified that he knew Alfred as Carlos and recognized him in government exhibits. Garrett said he had seen Alfred in Parkway Gardens throughout his tenure, spoken with him. No, all right. He said he recognized him in the government exhibits. Garrett said he saw Thomas in Parkway Gardens and knew him throughout his tenure working there. So they all talking about the same. What you mean, bone case closed? It's still the same video footage, bro. It's still the same grainy footage. That's why I ain't even finished reading it. Because it's the same grainy footage. Ain't no point of going back looking at it. Desma Coleman testified that she knew defendant Alfred because they were like cousins. She had known defendant Alfred all her life, although they did not talk anymore. Coleman recognized Alfred in government exhibits. Coleman identified Alfred in government exhibit 2000 at the 1-minute mark and 1-minute and 52-minute mark. Now, her shit is more credible. She said she knew him her whole life. But the evidence is still grainy. But that's just one person. That's Alfred. Tiffany Huff, who shares a child with Alfred, testified that she was familiar with the Parkway Gardens and certain of his residents from being there too many times to count. She said that Alfred goes by Los and that they spent time in Parkway Gardens, including living there. That's crazy. She testified on her baby father. He must was a piece of shit father. Huff says she understood Alfred to be part of Oblock. She recognized an OTF tattoo that Alfred had, which she considered to be an Oblock tattoo. Huff also says she has seen Alfred in pictures wearing an Oblock chain. Huff identified Alfred in Government Exhibit 2000 at the 1-minute mark and 1-minute 52 and 8-minute and 22 mark. But if you notice, they all identifying them at different marks. Like that's reasonable doubt. If she identified Alfred at the 1-minute and 6-second mark, why couldn't the next person identify him at that same mark? That would have gave it more credibility. Huff testified knowing Liggins as C. Murder and recognized him in government exhibits. When impeached with the grand jury testimony, Huff agreed to knowing that C. Murder, real name, so her testimony got impeached, which means she lied. Huff agreed to knowing that C. Murder's real name was Charles, that he is a member of Oblock, that she had seen him at Oblock, and that defendant Alfred and defendant Liggins were friends. Huff says she had seen many pictures of Liggins and Alfred together on social media between 2010 and 2016. Huff identified Liggins in Government Exhibit 2000 at the 14-minute mark and said the individual depicted looks like C. Murder. Looks like. That's not strong, man. Huff testified knowing defendant Smart as Muwap and recognized him in government exhibits. Huff agreed that she had laid eyes on Smart in Parkway Gardens and that she had assumed she had seen Alfred and Smart together on August 4th. Assumed. Like this is look at the evidence that they using, y'all. Y'all is missing a point. I'm not questioning. If they're guilty, they're guilty. I'm questioning the evidence and the witnesses that they're allowed to testify at trial when people's life is on the line. That's what I'm questioning. Is everybody on the same page? This girl got on the stand and they took her word and she said, I assumed they was together. She testified to that. Now I know for certain, but I assume. Huff also agreed that she, Alford, and Smart were in the same space on August 4th, 2020. What the fuck does that even mean? Now look, when she was pressed about this, she also testified that she felt pressured to say that Smart was there. That's what she testified to. Now, of course, the prosecution ain't going to put this in here, but in the defense motion, she testified that I was pressured. They made it seem like I had to say he was there. That's what she testified to. Robeson Chrysler returned to Parkway Gardens. The jury saw a video of Robeson car, the Chrysler, leaving Oak Street. Now, see, that's what I'm saying. Strong evidence. Robeson is fucked over. It's a lot of evidence on Kenny Mac. He used his car. He sent texts to his girl. Like he fucked up big time. The jury saw a video of Robeson car, the Chrysler, leaving Oak Street. The video showed a driver with a black or dark top with a white decal on it, which is consistent with the video that the jury saw of Robeson before the shooting. The front passenger could be seen wearing a long dark sleeves. After the shooting, Robeson Chrysler went back to Parkway Gardens. The jury was shown video of the Chrysler going into a parking lot and 3 people getting out. An individual who witnessed described above, identified as Robeson, exited the driver's side in a black shirt with a white and multicolored decal. Witnesses identified Thomas as one of the passengers, a tall man with an Adidas jacket, and Liggins behind him. In the video, Liggins exited the Chrysler wearing a dark sleeve shirt and a cap. After Liggins got out of the car, he spun around, and the white strands of his jacket were visible. These are consistent with Liggins' outfit when he was going up and down the stairs before the murder. When Robeson car returned to Parkway Gardens, Robeson, Thomas, and Liggins did not immediately go back up the same stairwell that they came up and down prior to the murder, possibly deterred by the police vehicle parked in the lot where they pulled in. Instead, Robeson and Thompson went one way, walking and then running through other buildings. So they talking about this right here. Yeah, Frank, that was stupid as hell. They both did. Trying to show the video where they running through the they might have already did it. So when they pulled up the Parkway Gardens, the police was behind them. Oh, here you go. I think one of them just ran past. Y'all saying it? Right there. The fuck he come from? Oh, right there. Oh, the police was right there. Yeah, but that's all I'm trying to show y'all, man. Like, this is how innocent people get sentenced to life in prison, man. Do I think they did it? More than likely. But you still gotta have evidence that you still gotta have evidence. They used witnesses that wasn't credible. People that didn't see these people for years. And they conjured up a case. And that's why I told y'all this case had to go fed. Because they wouldn't be able to use none of this shit if it went state. None of this evidence would have been able to be used in the state court. Because you got people testifying to crimes that they wasn't even present. They wasn't even present for. Liggins walked away in the opposite direction, in a different direction. Roberson, Thomas, and Liggins casually went back up the stairs after the police vehicle left. Bullet found on Roberson's Chrysler. Roberson is done. Roberson was done. Because he used, like, he just, too much evidence was on his ass. Roberson's vehicle was identified by CPD the day after the murder. Police located his vehicle at about 10 a.m. and watched it for a few hours. Police then towed the vehicle, placed it on CPD custody, and later searched it. During the search, CPD found a spent shell casing in the front windshield wiper housing. The jury heard testimony from a tool mark analyst expert, Karen Tucker, who later compared the spent shell casing to a casing that was found on the scene on Oak Street and determined that those two shell cases had been fired by the same firearm. Guilty. You understand me? This is what I'm saying. This is strong evidence. But this ties Roberson to the crime, not everybody else. Roberson phone evidence and confession to Ide. Now, who the fuck is Ide? Ide is a rat. Whoever Ide is. Ide told. Do anybody know who Ide is? The jury heard the testimony of FBI Special Agent Jeremy Bureau, who described and interpreted phone call site records. The records showed Roberson's phone moving from the area of Parkway Gardens to Oak Street and back to Parkway Gardens, consistent with the time of the murder and with the identification described above. The day after Weekly's murder, as Roberson was heading toward East Oak Street in downtown Chicago, Roberson exchanged text messages with Montrell Ide, who was trying to return a gun to Roberson. Roberson instructed Ide, take it to the O. We on duck right now. Which Ide understood to mean take the gun to Parkway Gardens because Roberson was following Weekly. Right now, which was RN. The jury also saw evidence that Roberson sent online messages the day after the murder. He received the messages. I know you ain't take your car to go to that, to what? I know you ain't take your car to go to this shit. Roberson responded, unsend that shit, and instructed the sender to FaceTime me instead. A few days after the murder, and described in greater detail below, Roberson met with Ide in person. Ide told on Roberson. Roberson told Ide, Roberson did a whole bunch of telling. Like, they really should whip his ass. Like, because he really fucked them over for real. He did. He was talking on the jail phone, talking to the girl, talking like, God damn, boy. And guess what, though, y'all? He wasn't even the shooter. He didn't even get out the car. He lied. Watch this. Roberson told Ide he, along with members of Oblock, had been involved in the killing Weekly. They had taken his own car and falsely indicated he was a shooter. Roberson told Ide that there was a price on Weekly's head and provided Ide with a non-public information about the shooting, such as the fact that Williams had a firearm and shot back at the assailants. That wasn't public. He out that bitch doing too much talking. Yeah, he was tripping hard, Mo. All right, offer return the Fusion to the dealership. Offer returned the Fusion used in Weekly's murder to the dealership immediately after the murder. Offer had purchased the car days before the murder, but the dealership was unable to approve his finance because he submitted altered pay stubs, which falsely inflated his income. On August 3rd, 2020, the day before the murder, the dealership texted Offer demanding he return the car and telling him he was driving illegally. Oh, so that's why he took the car back. I thought he took the car back just because he did it because of the murder. Offer texted back to negotiate with the dealership, including to get money back he had spent tinting the windows. Offer texted that he would bring the car back. The dealership asked then, and again at 2:06 p.m. to let them know when he was going to bring the car back. Officer did not respond, apparently not in a hurry to return the vehicle. Weekly was murdered at 4:26 p.m. Suddenly, 9 minutes later at 4:35 p.m., Officer texted the dealership, "I'm on my way now." Yo, he's crazy. Yo, but this not everybody, bro. You know, this the thing, Mike. Everybody guilt is determined separately. Regardless if they was all like, everybody guilt is determined separately. Like I said, it's strong evidence on to Carlos Alford. It's strong evidence on Kenny Mack. It's not strong evidence on Muwap. It's not strong evidence on C-Thing. Some of the cases are stronger on others than others, I mean. Yeah, all right, so why you say that? Then why you say what you said then about the video footage? Alford made arrangements for his then girlfriend, Tiffany Huff, to meet him at the dealership. Huff testified to picking up 3 people from the dealership the afternoon of the murder. Defendant Alford, Defendant Smart, who she knew as Muwap, and Zell. Huff attempted to distance herself from her identification of Smart and denied ever meeting him. However, after being impeached again, she identified Smart as a member of Oblock and admitted she picked him up from the dealership. You see what I'm saying? She testified that she was forced to say this. She testified to that. She wasn't sure who Muwap was. With the possible exception of Alford, whose clothing was difficult to see on video as he was driving the Fusion away from the shooting, each defendant wore clothing in the video at Parkway Gardens that was consistent with the shooters and the drivers on Oak Street. As to Alford, the jury heard that one of the dealership employees observed Alford move a hoodie from the Ford Fusion when he returned the vehicle, consistent with Alford removing his top at some point between leaving Parkway Gardens and arriving at Oak Street. Yeah, but that's not how the criminal justice system works, bro. The criminal justice system ain't supposed to work guilty by association, bro. That's some street shit. And man, that's some shit if you beefing with a motherfucker and you want and you can't catch him, you catch somebody close to him. That's not how the court system's supposed to work. The court system supposed to work guilty by evidence, not by association, bro. If the evidence don't line up, then he shouldn't be found guilty. Oh my gosh, y'all, I got a whole bunch of fucking stale black in my house. Get the fuck out of here. And I ain't got no fucking car. Bitch, man. That's crazy. I'm gonna try to walk to 7-Eleven, man. Tomorrow sometime. Alright, Oblock rewarded shooters, especially killers and drivers. Sloan testified that killers were glorified and got more respect than mere shooters, people who shot at enemies but did not kill them. Sloan also testified that people got in leadership positions in Oblock by shooting at and killing enemies. And that was true from at least 2011 through 2021. Sloan experienced this firsthand. He described how in 2014 or 15, he went with other Oblock members to STL territory and started shooting. When he returned to Parkway Gardens, he was treated with respect and started being invited to their meetings. Sloan described Weekly as having been an op of Oblock for as long as I can remember. About 6 months before Weekly was killed, Davon Bennett released Took Her to the O. The video for the song clearly depicted a fictionalized depiction of Weekly being murdered. The video depicts a man physically resembling Weekly being shot and killed and referred to as being from 63rd. Weekly saw the video and believed the song was about him. Wilton testified that Weekly heard it and was upset and quickly started working on a response called I'm from 63rd. Soon after hearing it, I'm from 63rd, Weekly referenced a woman from Kankakee in reference to a line in Bennett's song. Weekly insults Bennett, singing, Lord Dirk, why did you send your little boy Bennett to play with me. Just weeks before his murder, Weekly released another music video for a song called Dead Bees, in which he disparaged dead members of Oblock, including O.D. Pryor, the namesake of Oblock, T-Roy, a feared Oblock shooter, Sherrod, an Oblock member and defendant Liggins' brother, Keita, who was from Parkway Gardens and died there, prompting Parkway to sometimes be referred to as Keita World, J Money, who Sloan identified as Oblock, and people who Sloan identified as 600, a gang set clicked up with Oblock, including Lil Bull, Lil Steve, Baldy, and others. Duck was a popular artist and a top act for Oblock. Oblock members who have been aware of deadbeats, even David Sloan, who was in jail at the time the song came out, testified that he heard about it. The song would have been deeply offensive to defendants and to other members of Oblock. Several of the names Weekly disparaged were engraved on the back of the defendants and other Oblock chains, and some featured on defendants' tattoos. Alright. The day after Weekly was murdered, Liggins posted a photo of himself online with the caption, "Anyway, GDK." GDK means Gangster Disciple Killer, or a person who kills GDs. For example, Davon Bennett used the phrase "Anyway, GDK" in a song about a known GD who was shot in the head. Yeah, yo, I mean, that's the thing when it comes down to the to Duck. You know, everybody say, you know, he was trying to end the beef. He was on some different shit, and he probably was. But just because they diss, if he was really on different shit, he ain't had to diss back. But that's the clout shit. That's the you know, you gotta be living your rhymes. That's the, you know, that's the bullshit with drill music. If you don't diss back, now you're looking soft. Now you're looking soft if you don't diss back. Yeah, I know that's how it works. They still do indict the block sometimes. But that don't make it right, bro. That's all I'm saying. I know how it works. I know I'm just showing people this is what they get away with. It's not right, you know, because they typically only do it to us. If this was a group of white boys, they wouldn't have came at them with this evidence. They'd have waited till they got a strong case. They'd have waited till they got some efficient witnesses. They wouldn't have came at him with this shit, man. That's all I'm saying, yo. They wouldn't have came at him with this. This was not a strong case for them to have been found guilty like this. For their life to be over. It wasn't a strong case on everybody. Damn, y'all got a whole box of stale Black and Miles, yo. I should have told that guy to go to a different store, man. I knew I shouldn't have stopped at that store. I ain't never stopped at. He probably was. That song is what did it. That song probably did it. Then you deal with somebody like King Von, who's a fucking lunatic. You know, King Von got a kick out of that shit. King Von was never gonna change. He probably had to get to like 40. King Von would probably had to make it to 40 before he'd be like, man, fuck that street shit, I'm done. Smart was also in good standing with Oblock after the murder. 10 days after Weekly murder, Smart posted a video on social media account which he described as Chaining Day, when he received an Oblock chain. In the video, he cradled the box with the Oblock chain like it was a baby, thrilled with his new piece of jewelry. Less than a year after Weekly's murder, Smart released a portion of a song, Dude from 63rd. The lyrics included, Dude from 63rd couldn't get back up. Although the government need not to prove any defendant actually increased or maintained their petition in the enterprise, this evidence supports the fact that a VCR offense was committed for that purpose. See, y'all, I'm just showing y'all like the lack of evidence that they need. It's crazy. So, dude from 63rd couldn't get back up. We had to mask up. In another body, that's a plus. As the jury saw in the video from Oak Street shooting, which took place during the COVID-19 pandemic, Smart was wearing a mask. In the video from dude from 63rd, Smart is wearing an Oblock chain. What? On August 10th, 2020, days after Weekly murder, Thomas posted, yo, that is a wild connection, y'all. He wearing a mask, and in the video, he wearing an Oblock chain. What the fuck does that mean? So, who's the other body? If they're using these lyrics, who is the other body? That's a plus, because he said in these, so basically talking about killing two people. So, they only going to say part of this lyric is fact. So, they only going to say, dude from 63rd couldn't get back up. We had to mask up. So, we believe this, but another body, that's a plus. We're not going, we're not going to make no correlation with this line. We ain't making no connection with this line, but we saying this line is real. I don't like that type shit, y'all. That's bogus, man. Just because it fit their narrative, we're going to run with it. On August 10th, 2020, days after Weekly's murder, Thomas posted a photo of himself with the caption, "Baby, I'm Oblock, I ain't average," along with the number 64. On or around June 20th, 2021, less than a year after Weekly's murder, Arthur posted a music video for the song Never Changed to YouTube. In the video, Arthur wore an Oblock chain he borrowed for the video and sang about how his close association with Oblock would never change. Although Robeson described himself as from Dipset and not Oblock, his association with Oblock Enterprise was strong, and he spent a significant amount of time in Parkway Gardens. About 2 months after Weekly's murder, Robeson exchanged text messages with someone identified as Kennedy, in which Robeson described Parkway Gardens as the safest place to be and my second home. Look, Robeson, he just a fucking bitch. According to Robeson's friend Montreal Ide, Robeson was in cahoots with Oblock, but which Ide meant Oblock got a certain type of love for Robeson. They accepted him. As described above, Robeson sold drugs with Oblock, and he was also interested in Weekly's location before the murder. 3 weeks before the murder, one of Robeson's social media accounts received a message from someone claiming to know where Weekly was. Trenton News probably sent them that. Additionally, Robeson bragged about the murder to Ide, even inflating his role by claiming to be a shooter and not just a driver. So we just gonna so he lied, but we're gonna believe him though. We're gonna believe everything else he say, even though they caught him in a lie. that's basically what they saying. He lied, but everything else he said truthful. I'm just showing y'all how people get railroaded, y'all. That's all. Yeah, and that's what they was doing, and that's supposed to be the jury instructions. You believe all or nothing. They like taking sentences. They taking certain sentences and saying this is the truth, but disregard that. That's bogus as fuck, man. That's bogus, man. See, people won't be satisfied until it's happened to one of their family members. Then they're gonna be like, "Oh, that's fucked up. They ain't even had no case. They had these fucked up ass witnesses, this grainy ass footage." That's only when people gonna be upset, when it's done to them. Benzo, most people think they did it. Like, fuck it, they did it. Nah, yo, but that's not how the system supposed to work. You're supposed to have substantial evidence to prove it. Yeah, this is gonna reach the higher courts. Some of them going. I think some of them gonna get out of this. I think some of them gonna get out of this. I think Muwap might get out of this. I think was it one of them C thing or C murder, one of them or gonna get out of this. I think the drivers are done. Alford and Roberson are done. They ain't got no hope. But Ralph Turpin might get out of this because in his motion, it's saying his motion that Oblock was already on the way before he made the call. And y'all saying he made the call, right? But y'all don't have nobody who he called calling Oblock. Like, yo, that is pivotal. How y'all don't have him calling nobody from Oblock that was actually a part of the shooting. They went to the person who he did call. They don't have no statement that he called anybody from Oblock, but they saying TZ dropped the location. How? How did he drop the location? You know, a lot of times, Carl, when you go through this shit, when you go through, you know, you don't have to have. They got lawyers that'll take this up. Most lawyers who work on like cases after being sentenced, they're not paid attorneys. Yeah. All right, a brutal daytime ambush of Weekly in a busy public location predictably and foreseeably resulted in 2 other people being shot and seriously injured. Davon Brinson did not know Weekly or the defendants, but was caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Brinson stood in a line behind Weekly, waiting to make a return of an item to Dolce & Gabbana. When Smart, Thomas, and Rawls got out of their respective cars, they stormed towards Weekly with firearms, repeatedly shooting. Smart and Rawls got out of off infusion, got to the sidewalk west of Weekly and Brinson, and ran east toward them along the storefront, shooting. Brinson and Weekly tried to escape the shots by ducking and running north toward the street and away from the storefront. Weekly and Brinson fell together between 2 parked cars in front of Dolce & Gabbana, between the back of Cashay Williams' car and in front of a car parked behind hers. While Weekly and Brinson were on the street between the cars, Thomas stood over them and shot. The defendants were so focused on their need to take out their rival, Weekly, they plowed through Brinson as well, causing such severe injuries that required hospitalization and multiple surgeries. Williams was sitting in the driver's side of a car parked directly in front of Dolce & Gabbana when the shooting started. Weekly left a firearm in Cashay Williams' car when he went to stand up. Why would you leave the joint in the car, bro? Why would you leave the joint in the car? That was crazy. Should not have left the joint in the car. When the shooting started, Williams took Weekly's firearm and fired back in the direction of Roberson's car. Liggins, still partially in Roberson Chrysler, shot back at Williams, resulting in multiple gunshot wounds to her wrist and requiring hospitalization. She got shot multiple times in the wrist. Liggins' shooting assault of Williams occurring during an attempt to facilitate the enterprise killing of their rival, Weekly, by taking out someone who was a threat or a danger to the shooters and drivers. All right, Ralph Turpin aided and abetted Weekly's murder. So let's read this. Yeah. They're gonna have pro bono lawyers. One of the lawyers tried to get off the case and the judge ain't let him. I think that was Muwap lawyer. Muwap lawyer tried to get off the case when it was over, and the judge made him stay on the case. All right. The jury heard testimony from Adonis Dent, which, when combined with video surveillance on Oak Street, tracks Turpin's movements from just before 4 p.m. until after the murder. About 3:59 p.m., Dent and Turpin entered the Millennia Boutique, Then testified that when they were in Melania, they saw Weekly, who was also inside Melania. Then Turpin was still in Melania at 4:02. The same time when Smart and Robertson started running toward the stairwell in Parkway Gardens. 7 minutes after Turpin saw Weekly in Melania's boutique, 2 vehicles were on their way from Parkway Gardens to Oak Street to kill Weekly. And 27 minutes later, Weekly was lying on the ground. Damn, bro, you was in the line that long? Jesus Christ, I'd have been dead. He must ain't know them niggas was on his ass. Ain't no way I'm gonna be in beef and I'm gonna sitting outside in the line or just be around in the area for 27 minutes. By the time they'd have got me, I'd have been gone. Once I would have seen it was a line, I'm out of there. You know it's war. I'm not sitting in no line outside. I know it's war. Definitely, T-Mac. After Weekly left Melania Boutique, he got into the car with Cache Williams, and they drove around the block until they got to another Oak Street store, Dolce & Gabbana. Turpin and Dent also left Melania Boutique and walked to the Montclair store across the street. While in Montclair, Turpin loudly spoke on the phone, and he was recorded by a store security guard. During the call, Turpin asked someone for D-Thing number at 4:18 p.m. Phone records show Turpin received a call. So, ho, 4:18. So at 4:02, so this what TZ talking about. So at 4:02, Smart and Robertson, they was already on their way to Oblock. See, that's what I'm saying, y'all. Like this right here, somebody else could have dropped the location, y'all. So they was so Muwap and them was already on their way to Parkway Gardens at 4:02. They got TZ asked for D-Thing number at 4:18. That's an issue, man. 16 minutes later. So who called them earlier than that? Because so who called Oblock? Like that's what I'm saying. They can't say he called Oblock. It could have been multiple people that dropped that location. And since TZ got recorded, he's been the fault. He did it. You understand what I'm saying? If they was on their way at 4:02 and they got TZ calling asking for D-Thing at 4:18, who called them boys? Can you really say TZ did it? Can you really say that TZ dropped the location, y'all? Can somebody answer me, please? They don't have him calling before 4:18. But they was on their way at 4:02. 27 minutes later, they got there, which means by the time he asked for D-Thing, they was already on their way. They was damn near there. Phone records show Turpin received a call from Dante Banks, D-Thing, who was a high-ranking member of Black Disciples. During the call, which was audio-video recorded by a security guard, Turpin described seeing Weekly in Melania Boutique. We see Duck. We slide in the little Melania Boutique or whatever. So now I knowing he kind of fake know me folks. He kind of fake know me folks. You feel me? I got my mask on and shit, so he playing this smooth. So we in that bitch. I already got folks in them on the phone. You feel me? On their way. Oh, okay. So, okay. But that still don't mean nothing. Like, he said it, but where's the proof? So, whole time, he bailed out the store. So, I'm telling them, folks, He leaving out now. So I walked out behind him. Badass like, get on his ass, folks. See what car he getting in. All right. So Badass, they interviewed Badass. They don't have Badass calling nobody from Oblock. So who called Oblock? During this call, Turpin described saying weekly and importantly that he expected people to come to his location and was asked to report on Weekly's vehicle. After Turpin left Montclair, he stood around for about 3 minutes outside of what was then Escada at an angled window. The jury also saw a view from this window to Dolce & Gabbana, which was taken by FBI Special Agent Case when she visited Oak Street during her investigation. The Escada window had a clear view of Weekly's location in front of Dolce & Gabbana. Turpin and Dent stood at the window for several minutes, not shopping, not doing anything in particular, apparently just waiting until the 2 vehicles containing the other 5 defendants arrived. When the other defendants started shooting at Weekly, Turpin and Dent did not immediately move until other bystanders started running past them, away from the shooting. Turpin and Dent ran a few storefronts down for less than a minute before turning back to the scene, calmly walking toward it. The jury saw a video in which Dent and Turpin approached the scene of the shooting. Turpin got on his toes to see what was going on, and the defendant pointed in the direction of a body on the ground. All the while, Turpin had his phone up to his face as if he were still on a call. After the murder, Turpin sent a text message with 3 laughing emojis to his child's mother, who dated Weekly, which Turpin had complained about during one of his calls to in Montclair. Yo, crazy. Yo really did that because, yo, niggas be wild as a motherfucker. The government proved that Turpin acted knowingly in reaching out to D-Thang and Badass. The jury heard testimony that Badass was a THF member and D-Thang was a high-level black disciple, as described above. Oblock and THF were both black disciple gang sets. The THF member would spend time in Parkway Gardens. THF and Oblock were clicked up, meaning an enemy of Oblock, such as Weekly, is also an enemy of THF. As David Sloan testified, if a person from THF killed someone from STL, they would get glorified and praised in Oblock. After Weekly's murder, Oblock and THF remained on good terms, and on September 17, 2020, just over a month after Weekly's murder, Davon Bennett ordered a new chain for Jomo's store in Atlanta with a pendant that read THF. According to Jomo, Bennett purchased the chain for a friend, not for himself, and it was only THF pendant the store have ever made. All defendants were charged in counts 3 with conspiring to commit and aiding and abetting the conspiracy to commit the VCAR murder of Carlton Weekly. To prove a defendant conspired to commit the VCAR murder of Weekly, the government must prove 1. The existence of an enterprise. 2. The enterprise was engaged in racketeering activity. 3. The activity of the enterprise affected interstate commerce. So we already know that. We read that already. The government presented plenty of evidence that the shooters and drivers conspired together to commit the murder. The shooters and drivers moved in concert at Parkway Gardens, swiftly moving up and down the same staircase and piling into 2 cars within minutes. The 2 cars stayed together from Parkway Gardens to Oak Street, even making a wrong turn together along the way, and then course corrected. The cars both stopped in front of Dolce & Gabbana where Weekly was standing and had not even fully stopped when shooters emerged from the cars to assassinate him. The coordinated nature of Weekly's murder suggested planning. It was not a heat-of-the-moment argument that went wrong. The number of participants, the number of vehicles, and the number of times Weekly was shot clearly indicate that he was targeted. This was a coordinated execution of a rival. Damn, they be using some vicious words. As described above, Turpin aided and abetted the conspiracy. He spotted Weekly in Melania, and then multiple cars of black disciple members who were clicked up with Oblock. Turpin provided Weekly's location and stayed on Oak Street until after the murder to confirm the killing. So let's get to the bottom of it. This is a lot of paperwork, and there's no way we can read all of it. All right, legal standard for new trial. We already read that. Defendants submit arguments in their post-trial motions, which in many instances lack citation to the record in impertinent authority. In many instances, the argument simply suggests that the court erred in admitting broad categories of evidence. Some simply include a list of motions or topics deemed objectionable, with no explanation as to why. As both a practical and legal matter, these arguments are insufficient to support a claim for a new trial. To begin, this was a lengthy trial involving 6 defendants and at least 2 attorneys per defendant. Pre-trial motions in limine and significant pre-trial and mid-trial arguments, 2 months of testimony of witnesses through live testimony or stipulation, hundreds of exhibits introduced. Neither the government nor the court should have to ferret through these materials to address defendants' arguments. Damn. So they basically saying, yo, this is too much to do again. What the fuck? The government, great. They saying, man, look, this trial took a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of man hours, and we cannot do this again. Straight up. Particularly when defendants have had ample time to prepare and file their post-trial motions. The Rule 33 movement bears the responsibility of developing his argument and presenting the court with adequate grounds and authorities to grant the relief requested. Perfunctory and underdeveloped arguments and arguments that are unsupported by pertinent authority are waived, even when those arguments raise constitutional issues. God damn, yo, the government is vicious. The court is not required to research and construct the legal arguments open to the parties, especially when they are represented by counsel. In addition, in order to prevail on a motion for a new trial, the defendant must demonstrate that substantial prejudicial error occurred during the trial. The burden upon a defendant to establish the existence of prejudicial error is a heavy one. It is not satisfied by unsupported conclusionary allegations or speculation. Wow. Yo, that is crazy. They saying, evidence can be unsupported. It can be speculation, and you still can't get a new trial. Defendants have not sustained their burden to identify an error or demonstrate its prejudice. This is true not only because of the underdeveloped nature of many of their arguments, but also because their motions are without merit for the reasons explained below. The court properly instructed on aiding and abetting, and the government did not create a constructive amendment or variance with respect to Robeson or Turpin. Defendant Robeson, one of the drivers, take issue with the government's theory of the case against him. The government argued that sufficient proof existed that Robeson was associated with Oblock and thus could be convicted of the racketeering count as a principal, because he sought to increase or maintain his position with Oblock. In the alternative, the government argued, even if Robeson did not raise to the level of member or associate, Robeson aided and abetted those defendants who were members or associates of Oblock. Finally, although Robeson was not a shooter, he aided and abetted the murder and assaults. Which are defined in state law. By driving co-defendants to Oak Street, knowing co-defendants intended to shoot and kill Weekly, Robeson argues that there was insufficient evidence Robeson was a member or associate of Oblock, such that he could not be said to maintain or increase his status. However, the government was not required to prove Robeson was a member of Oblock. The government could and did prove Robeson wished to increase or maintain his status as an associate of Oblock, or alternatively, that he aided and abetted principal who wished to increase or maintain their status. So basically say, yo, you don't have to maintain your status. You could be trying to help somebody else maintain theirs and still be convicted of this racketeering activity. Robeson further argues that the government improperly referred to Robeson as an associate because associate has no legal significance, was not defined in the instruction. The term associate is not used in the statute and did not require an instruction. That said, associate is defined in 18 U.S. Code 1962, the RICO statute. What the fuck? But y'all didn't charge me the RICO statute. There is a Seventh Circuit pattern instruction, which Robeson could have requested but did not. In any event, referring to Robeson as an associate versus a member is a distinction without factual difference. Wow, these niggas, this is crazy. Entirely without merit, argument that the murder conspiracy conviction should be reversed because the defendant was merely an associate and therefore had no possession. Yo, it's crazy. In the family, and noting that witness testimony in the indictment make it clear that associates are considered to be members of the enterprise even though they are not made members of the family. As described above, Robeson was loyal to and acted on behalf of Oblock Enterprise and sought the enterprise approval and validation. He participated in the murder of Wheatley, which was a racketeering activity committed by the enterprise, and the jury heard that he was a central figure in drug distribution done by and for the enterprise. The jury also heard evidence about how Robeson felt about the enterprise and how the enterprise felt about him. The jury heard, for example, that Robeson considered Oblock to be the safest place to be. He referred to Parkway Gardens as his second home. He also referred disparagingly to Oblock rivals, including a social media post in referencing Smoking Tuka as an insult to STL's nickname. Tukaville, after someone who was killed, indicating he shared their rivals. Someone sent Robeson's Wheatley location prior to Wheatley's murder, indicating they knew Robeson was interested in the location of one of Oblock's top ops. Montrell Ide described Robeson's relationship with Oblock and said Oblock had a special kind of love for Robeson. Robeson was hungry for status with Oblock, as discussed above. Yeah, he was. You could tell he was moving wild when he bragged about the shooting to Ide and tried to infer that he was a shooter, not just a driver. He was enthused about his role in his participation in the murder. Robeson also argues without case law in support that it was duplicitous, a variance, duplicitous, I don't know, and constructive amendment for the government to argue he was an aider and abetter. However, a constructive amendment of an indictment occurs when the evidence at trial goes beyond the parameters of the indictment in that it establishes offenses different from or in addition to those charged by the grand jury. Let's see that. There's a lot of people, y'all. I'm going to skim through this. Hold on. What the hell? There's no witness who said what the fuck? Oh, come on now. Defendant Turpin. All right, let's start right here. However, the jury had more than enough evidence to conclude Robeson drove to Oak Street knowing that Wheatley would be shot. Robeson traveled with shooters from Parkway Gardens to Oak Street, including a front passenger who had a gun on his person. Robeson knew the group was targeting Wheatley, demonstrated by his "We on duck right now" text to Ide during the drive from Parkway Gardens to Oak Street. And Robeson post-shooting text to Ide, sharing a news of Wheatley's murder the evening it occurred. In combination with Robeson bragging to Ide in person that he participated in the shooting, all demonstrate, among other evidence, that Robeson knew that other defendants intended to shoot Wheatley and that his intention was to facilitate the killing. Defendant Turpin argues that he was improperly identified by name in the instruction on aiding and abetting because other defendants could have been found. Oh, so he's saying because you couldn't find who really dropped the location, you picked on me. Robertson counsel made an argument along the lines during his closing argument, which the jury rejected. And frankly, the idea that someone would drive their own car knowing that people were going to do a shooting on Oak Street, there's really nothing showing it. There's not a witness who said he knew about guns. There's not a witness who said he knew they were going to do that actual shooting. Yes, there are text messages afterwards saying we're on duck right now. And yes, he's sending messages from someone else taking pictures. It's not like he took a video of the shooting. Someone else posted something at 5:08 and he retweets it. And there's no doubt that he doesn't like Duck. I'm not disputing that. There's no doubt that people don't like him. So yo shared the video when Duck got killed. That was stupid. Robertson was a goofy. Under the same theory, in naming him and the instructions put an improper spotlight on Turpin. Turpin is not similarly suited to the other defendants. He did not directly shoot or drive shooters to Oak Street. He is not a member of Oblock, and there is no evidence he directly conspired with other defendants, only that he aided their conspiracy by reporting on Weekly's location to the defendant's allies. Turpin, therefore, could only be found guilty on counts 1 and 3 as an aider and abetter. If anything, the spotlight on Turpin was a reminder to the jury that Turpin could be found guilty only on a narrow theory of liability compared to his co-defendants. Turpin does not explain why or how this spotlight was an error or a prejudicial effect on the jury verdict such that the verdict should be set aside. What you mean? He didn't drop the low. It was already on their way. But he did. They do got him saying that he got people on the way already. But they never proved that. That could be a lie. That could be a lie. Defendant Liggins does not support alternative definition instruction. Defendant Liggins does not support in his argument with any authority or substantiation, whatever the fuck that is. Instead, providing the court with his position in total of one clause of one sentence. This court should consider his argument waived. But even if it does not, his argument fails on the merits. The court properly provided the pattern definitional instruction for enterprise and did not err. Defendant Liggins assails the court use of the following pattern jury instructions defining enterprise for the purpose of counts 1, 3, 4, and 6. All right, so this is the enterprise. The term enterprise can include a group of people associated together for a common purpose of engaging in a course of conduct. This group may be associated together for the purpose that are both legal and illegal. In considering whether a group is an enterprise, you may consider whether it has an ongoing organization or structure, either formal or informal, and whether the various members of the group function as a continuing unit. We already read that. The government must prove that the group described in the indictment was the enterprise charge, but not prove each and every allegation in the indictment about the enterprise or the manner in which the enterprise operated. The government need not prove the association had any form or structure beyond the minimum necessary to conduct the charged racketeering activity. Let's get to the next person. To conclude that Oblock was an enterprise, the jury necessarily needed to find that Oblock was the street gang charged in the indictment. And as the government argued at the jury's instruction conference, the court also instructed that the government must prove that the group described in the indictment, the Oblock street gang, was the enterprise charge. The instructions were given correctly and accurate statements of the law. Courts assume juries follow the instructions they were given, and where nothing in the record indicates this presumption should be discarded, there is no error. Now, this is what I wanted. Identification testimony. That's how I see how they decide this. When none of these dudes, knowing these dudes. Defendant Liggins, Thomas, and Smart contend that court erred in denying their respective motions to suppress the out-of-court identifications made by multiple independent witnesses through Government Exhibits 2000. In summary, the moving defendants make the same arguments they made pre-trial, that the identifications were not based on personal knowledge. The witnesses were insufficiently familiar with the defendants to identify them. The quality of the video from which the identifications were made was too low to be reliable, and the identification were products of subjective procedure. That's not true. The court should deny the defendant's motion for the same reasons the court denied them pre-trial, and the court did not err in allowing into evidence the challenged identifications. Federal Rule of Evidence 602 provides that a witness may testify to a matter only if evidence is introduced sufficient to support a finding that the witness has personal knowledge of the matter. Evidence to prove personal knowledge may consist of the witness's own testimony. What the fuck? So just because they said it is true. Just because they said it, it's okay. That sounds crazy to me. But importantly, the knowledge required by Rule 602 is not absolute or unlimited knowledge, but simply that awareness of an object or event that begins with sensory perception of them, a comprehension of them, and the ability to testify at trial. Wow. So they can bring anybody in that bitch to say, yeah, that's him. I seen him on TV twice. I know that's him. That is insane. With respect to Rule 701, a lay witness is generally allowed to testify regarding the identity of a person in a surveillance photograph or video if there is a basis for concluding that the witness is more likely to correctly identify the defendant from the photograph or video than the jury is. What? Holding that lay opinion testimony identifying a defendant from surveillance photographs is admissible, at least when the witnesses possess sufficiently relevant familiarity with the defendant that the jury cannot also possess. Wow. So just because I know him better than you, you can use it. And when the photographs are not either or unmistakably clear or so hopelessly obscure that the witness is no better suited than the jury to make the identification. The court properly considered the arguments the moving defendants made pre-trial and correctly concluded that the proposed identifications were sufficient, as the court found. Courts have been liberal in determining the extent of perception required to satisfy Rule 701, preferred to leave to juries any assessment of the weight to be given. So it's basically, they basically let the jury just decide. Okay, that's down. It looked like down. It could be down. You don't have to be absolute. Just, reasonable, just any reasonable person that can identify somebody can make that determination based off the evidence. And so the courts have been liberal in determining the extent of perception required to satisfy Rule 701 and have preferred to leave to juries any assessment of the weight to be given to such testimony when there exists questions regarding the quantity or quality of perception. The court drew a bright line by ruling that a testifying witness needed it to have observed a defendant in person for any identification of that defendant to be admissible. Wow. This was entirely appropriate and within the discretion that Rule 701 provides the courts. Identification admitted despite witnesses only saying defendant once, and holding that the amount of time that the witness had to observe the defendant goes to the weight to be accorded to the testimony by the jury rather than its admissibility. Damn, yo, that is serious. That's serious, man. In addition, the defendants were free to challenge the witness identification on cross-examination by highlighting the quality and the quantity of the witness opportunity to observe the defendants. Finding that the defendant had ample opportunity to bring out witnesses, limited exposure to the defendants on cross. So they saying, well, y'all had a chance to refute it, you know, so, hey, the jury thought it was them too, basically. Holding that the defendant can, of course, argue to the jury that the witness identification of the defendant is not reliable, the court did not err in ruling that the witnesses were sufficiently familiar with the defendant and that the video was sufficient quality from which to make identifications. With respect to the defendant's challenges as to the subjectiveness of the identification procedures, the court should deem that argument as waived for failure to substantiate in defendant's post-trial briefs. However, should the court consider that aspect of the challenge on its merits, the court should rule consistently with its ruling in pretrial that the procedures occurring pretrial were not unduly subjective because they were not akin to a show-up. That pause in Government Exhibit 2000 was not unduly subjective, in that the witness had an independent basis to identify the defendants, thereby decreasing any risk of subjectiveness. Yo, this is crazy, y'all. This is wild work. Nothing adduced at trial should change the court's analysis or make it rethink its ruling. The court did not err in admitting the challenged identifications. As described below, the defendants also offered testimony by Dr. Godfrey Lotus to make clear their point that the quality of the video decreases. So does the reliability of the perception. So they brought a witness. They brought a witness who said that as the quality of the video decreases, so does the reliability of the perception. And they still like, oh, this is what I'm talking about, y'all. This is not right. So basically saying that we know the video wasn't good, but our witnesses seen these guys before. Now, they didn't know them. You know, they didn't know them that well. But they seen them around. And they identified them. But the jury identified them too as well. It was just enough evidence for the jury to say, yeah, that could be them. I see how he said that was them. But it's not definitive. But it don't need to be definitive because that's not the law. It's all about perception. That's serious. All right, so the video footage. The music videos. Liggins and Thomas re-raised their early objections that Weekly's Deadbeats music video and clips from I'm From 63rd music video were irrelevant and thus inadmissible because there was no evidence that Liggins or Thomas had watched the videos. They also note, without more, that they objected to the authentication of the videos at trial. These claims fail. The court thoroughly considered the arguments defendants made pre-trial and properly admitted these exhibits as relevant. Direct evidence of Oblock's rival with Weekly, the motive for his murder. Deadbeats is a scathing music video that disparages Oblock members and associates by name. Liggins' deceased brother. Weekly released it just weeks before defendant killed him. As the court correctly held, it was direct, relevant evidence that shows that Oblock in general had a sufficient motive, had a sufficient rivalry with Weekly, and wanted to kill Weekly. Because it was evidence of the enterprise rivalry with Weekly. It was admissible, even absent evidence that a defendant watched the video. Hey, yo. So it's like, yo, they don't even matter if you watched the video or not. Fuck it. The video was about y'all. Your brother was named in it. You killed him because of this video. The two clips of Weekly's I'm 63rd music video are also relevant. Direct evidence of Oblock's rival with Weekly's. At trial, Wilton testified that Weekly recorded the song in response to hearing Oblock leader King Von's song Took It to the O that mocked Weekly. The defendant failed then and now to overcome the sufficient obstacle required to bar this direct relevant evidence under Federal Rule of Evidence 401. With respect to their authentication objection, this argument should be waived because defendants failed to substantiate it in their post-trial briefs. However, on the merits, it also fails. Federal Rule of Evidence 901 requires the proponent produce evidence sufficient to support a finding that the item is what the proponent claims to be. Only a prima facie showing is required. I forgot what prima facie means. I don't feel like looking it up even. Man, this is crazy, y'all. So they use Ticket to the O to find them guilty too. Ticket to the O was irrelevant and should have been excluded under Rule 403. Smart also argues that the clip should have been excluded because they confused jurors. These claims rang hollow because defendants did not object when a fellow defendant, Roberson, admitted the entire music video during trial. Why the fuck was he fucking the trial up? He just fucked everything up. So he admitted the evidence. And the Muap and them didn't object. So why y'all objecting now is what the United States government saying. The government offered the video clips as evidence of Weekly status as Oblock's high-ranking profile gang member, which the court correctly found was relevant evidence and highly probative of the defendant's motive to commit the charged offenses. The music video is performed by Bennett, a top Oblock leader before his death, and narrates the fictional story of Bennett shooting Weekly. No other video clips unfairly prejudicial under Rule 403. Of course, all evidence offered by the prosecution is prejudicial to the defendant, United States versus Foster. But even when the rap videos contain profanity, misogyny, and reference to violence that viewers could find objectionable or shocking, it cannot be said that their content is more inflammatory than the charged crimes including. So they saying that video, since it was violent in nature, it kind of prejudiced the jury. You know, this my homeboy. This the type of music he doing. But he's not on trial. And by y'all connecting us to him, y'all basically saying we're just like him. But the United States is saying, hell no. I mean, we are saying that, but y'all locked up for murder. So this video isn't more inflammatory than y'all charges. That's what they're saying. Finding rap videos evidence was substantially outweighed by a danger of unfair prejudice. Rap is no longer an underground phenomenon, and it is a mainstream music genre. Reasonable jurors would be unlikely to reason that a rapper is violent simply because he raps about violence. Come on now. That is a lie. The court thoughtfully considered the risk of unfair prejudice and found the video clips admissible under Rule 403. As discussed above, the clips are direct and highly probative evidence of defendant's motive and the court held the risk of unfair prejudice limited because the music video did not depict or reference any defendants, but it referenced the victim. The government said, and the government, unlike Robeson, introduced only limited clips, thereby omitting extraneous, is that the word? Extraneous, offensive, and subjective material contained in the full video. Yo, that's crazy. All right, y'all. Let's get to the conclusion. All right, I want to read this. Smart argues the court erred in admitting government exhibit 604, a recording of Smart rapping his song, Dude from 63rd Couldn't Get Back Up. Specifically, he argues that any portion of the video beyond the line, Muwap from the O, was unfairly prejudicial and outweighed its probative value. Liggins and Thomas joined in the objections made by Smart without further argument or analysis. Smart argument is waived because he fails to support his claim. Regardless, the court did not err. Rule 403 permits the exclusion of evidence only if its probative value is substantially outweighed by, among other things, a danger of unfair prejudice. As the court properly found, the video clip and lyrics are directly and highly probative evidence of existence of Oblock Enterprise, Smart's membership in it, and the furtherance of the Oblock Enterprise by performing rap music to bolster the status of Oblock. Wow, but that's not why y'all introduced that. Y'all introduced that by saying, look, he's admitting to killing somebody from 63rd. Like they playing games as to the real reason they released that, they wanted that video in evidence. But in this, it's a denial for their emotion. They saying that's not why they put it in there. But that's not why they introduced it as evidence. They saying they introduced it as evidence because it furthers in his furtherance with Oblock Enterprise by performing rap music to bolster his status of Oblock and denigrate his rivals. That's why they released it. In the video, Smart claims authorship of the song, wears an Oblock chain, and identifies himself as Muwap from the O. The lyrics also show the rival between Oblock and Weekly's gang STL, and Smart's familiarity with the rival. Even in the lyrics, even if the lyrics are fictional, Smart's familiarity with the rivalry is relevant evidence. United States versus Foster. The court also carefully weighed the potential for unfair prejudice and correctly found it did not substantially outweigh the video probative value. As set forth above, the video was highly probative evidence, and the 25-second video clip did not show any firearms or violent images. As the court acknowledged, courts in racketeering and VCAR cases regularly admit rap music videos, lyrics, including those with violent themes and offensive language, where, as here, the video and lyrics establish the existence of an enterprise, the enterprise racketeering activity, and the defense participation in the enterprise. They wild, yo. Like, these people is dirty as motherfucker. They dirty, man. They do the fuck they want to do. He had a dying declaration. Davis and Thomas claimed the court erred in admitting government exhibit 403-1, an 11-second video clip that captures Weekly's statement to the police officers who responded to the scene of the shooting and admitted an attempt to render aid. What'd he say? The officer asked Weekly where he shot, and he responds, everywhere. Liggins argues that this exhibit should have been excluded because it had no relevance under the Rule 405, and both claim it was unfairly prejudicial under the rule. I mean, that shit crazy. They also alleged without support that the court admission of a still image of Weekly and Brinson on the ground minutes after the shooting combined for government exhibit 403 deprived defendants of a fair trial and should have been precluded under rules 401, 402, and 403 for the reasons stated below. These claims are without merit and their motion should be denied. How they gave y'all rules stating why it should be excluded, but they saying it's without merit. They needed a whole year to put this out. I don't care about medical examining photos. What's this? Court erred in admitting evidence of prior murders committed by the enterprise. Well, I know why they did that. Nobody did that. They wanted to establish that they was a gang. Alright, this is a good one too. The court did not abuse its discretion by denying the motion for Smart and Liggins, which was eventually joined by all defendants, to exclude the testimony of Officer's girlfriend, Tiffany Huff, after she violated the court's Rule 615 order, holding that absent evidence of prejudice, collusion, or willful violation, it was within the district court's sound discretion to allow a witness to testify after a violation of Rule 615. There were no allegations of willfulness or collusion on the part of the government to have Huff in the courtroom. I told y'all she was forced. Even if there had been such an allegation, the court made clear that the court would have rejected that argument. As the court noted in its ruling, Huff was represented by counsel, and the government did not have direct contact with Huff consistent with the government's professional obligations. The government did not have conversation with Huff directly about the court Rule 615 order, and Huff counsel expressed disappointment that Huff had entered the courtroom. Government counsel only met with Huff twice in person, once in 2021 and once in 2023, and Huff was wearing a mask both times, so the government did not recognize her when she was in the courtroom. Get the fuck out of here. They think people fucking stupid. That is crazy. In terms of prejudice, the court found there would be no prejudice to the defendant to allow Huff to testify based on the nature of Huff's testimony and what Huff had already knew before the trial began, but there would be a disproportionate level of prejudice to the government to exclude Huff as a witness because Huff was the single source of information of some issues. Huff was already familiar with Alfred, who she shares a child with, Smart, and Liggins prior to having any interaction with the government. So having seen those three defendants in court would not have marginally increased the likelihood that Huff would identify them on surveillance video. Oh, they had her sitting right next to them in court. And they objected. So when a witness testifies, other witnesses aren't supposed to be there. But for some reason, she was allowed to be in the courtroom while other witnesses identified Muwap in them. For some reason. On the other hand, Huff was the sole witness who would testify, for example, as to who the author was of certain text messages that were relevant to the issue of Alfred returning his Ford Fusion, the dealership. And also, who was in the car when Huff picked Alfred up from the car dealership. Notably, no defendant took the opportunity to cross Huff on whether her presence in the courtroom had actually affected her trial testimony. While Huff was called by the government, she was a hostile government witness, and at times hostile to the court as well, who the government counsel had to impeach with her grand jury testimony approximately 4 times throughout her testimony. Huff attempted to walk back exculpatory testimony to the defendants and had to be impeached as a result. Huff was not in court to do the government any favors. The court did not abuse its discretion in denying defendants' motion and allowing Huff to testify. All right. Look, Brady violation. He lied about his brother death. I guess so much wrong with this case, man. Mm. There's a lot wrong with this trial, y'all. I'm trying to get to the ruling. I know the ruling is going to be, you know, excuse a member of the press. Oh, this because of Mickey Truth. Mickey Truth and what's it called? And Suddy Nash, I think. The court did not erroneously exclude a member of the press. In a single sentence, defendant Roberson argues that a new trial was warranted because a member of the public was improperly excluded from the courtroom. Defendant Roberson provides no authority or argument in support of his position, and the court should accordingly deny this argument as waived for his failure of substantial... What the fuck? His failure to substantiate his argument in any way. Even if the court considers the argument on its merit, the court should deny his motion because the court did not err in previously denying defendant Roberson motion for mistrial for the same basis. The Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution provides that in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. This right is not an absolute one that forbids any exclusion of spectators regardless of context. As the Seventh Court has explained, of course they're going to appeal it. You know they're going to appeal it. I mean, the judge got to rule on it first, and then they're going to appeal. This is a motion for acquittal. Now, of course, they more likely it's going to get denied. It's a long fight, y'all. They're going to be fighting probably for years. Courts have upheld the closure of the courtroom in a number of circumstances, such where security or safety concerns require it to be. In addition, the Seventh Court has recognized that some exclusion of spectators from a trial simply do not raise to the level of a violation of the right to the public trial because the exclusion satisfies a triviality standard. Here, as the court knows, one member of the public, a blogger, was temporarily removed from the proceedings in the main courtroom, but not the overflow courtroom. Yeah, this the Mickey True Suddy Nash shit. For a single portion of a single witness testimony by the deputy United States Marshal out of concern for the spectator's safety and an abundance of caution, the government later made clear that the spectator was welcome to attend the proceedings in the main courtroom and had been welcome to do so at any point following the conclusion of a single witness testimony. Yeah, so this body getting them kicked out. After defendant Roberson moved for a mistrial based on the spectator's removal from the main courtroom, the court denied his motion for two reasons. First, the court correctly concluded that the temporary exclusion of a single spectator for a single portion of a single witness testimony in the course of a trial that spanned 3 months did not raise to the level of sufficiency to violate Roberson's Sixth Amendment right to a public trial. Yeah, he ain't gonna win that. Holding that exclusion of one individual without any significant connection to the case or to the parties did not implicate the policy concerns that inform the Sixth Amendment right to an open trial. The court was right to do so, and it did not err. Second, the court concluded that on the facts, the spectator exclusion was appropriate. The court did not err in that finding either. In issuing its ruling, in this respect, the court determined that it is not clear that the factual findings must be contemporaneous with the exclusion, a conclusion that is supported by authority the court cited, as well as other courts. They say everything should be denied. Use the word retaliation. Question. In the cell site data that we're talking about, would that have been historical cell site data? Answer, yes. Question. Did your squad apply for historical cell site information at that time? So August 2020 and November 2020 for every person who might have been of interest to your investigation? Answer, no, we did not. Question, why not? Answer, specifically, we had concerns about witness safety and security. There had been retaliation against witnesses in the past associated with this group. Come on now. That ain't gonna prejudice the jury? You got a motherfucking expert witnesses talking about retaliation. Question. So let me ask you, Mr. Greenberg, objection, judge, the court. We can go to the sidebar. That may be technically true, but it is not a complete statement of the court's position with respect to whether the testimony implicated Rule 404 with respect to Rule 404. See things. You got Snitch K all in your shit. Alright, yo, where we at? Page 88. Page 86. Alright, we're gonna end it at page 86, y'all. I wanna look at something. Somebody sent me something on somebody sent me something on Instagram. I guess it's Woody talking about Charleston White. Now y'all know I don't watch Woody, but since we online, let's see what the fuck he said. Who sent me that shit? Fly guy. I guess he talking about Charleston White. And Woody views going down, down, down.
If you have a 700 plus credit score, you qualify for Chase's new program where you can access up to $150,000 of capital for free at 0% interest rates to fund any business or investment that you.
The obvious thing, like even like when I watched the TMZ interviews and all that, the narrative is that Woody outsmarted the DA.
No, the fuck he didn't.
Hey, I'm proud of you for staying the fuck away.
I went in there and did what I already, because I don't believe in that. I didn't believe in taking a stand on nobody. No, but nobody tried to figure out what led me. Forced me in this position. Died down. What goes on? Because like I tell you, if I'm with you, I'm with you.
Yeah, why he sent me this? Come on, Fly Guy, yo. I thought you sent me some shit about Charleston White. Yeah, I don't care, yo. It's no excuse for that. Come on, Fly Guy. You gotta stop sending me shit like this, yo. Like, why you gonna send me something that make me mad? It's no excuse for what you did, bro. You can't. It's no reason it's no justification as to why you told on your homeboys for 35 years. Like, come on, bro. Like, the fuck out of here.
And nobody tried to figure out what led me, what forced me in this position, what goes on. Because like I tell you, if I'm with you all the way. But I ain't gonna put my life on the line for those that ain't gonna put their life on the line for me. People tell me, oh, you know what you signed up for, you get in the street. I was a child.
Yo, what the fuck?
I was hurt. I was lost. So
Yo,
I was running around with like a chick with a head cut off.
This nigga is crazy.
Showing my loyalty up front, giving it up front. So when I see these dudes be talking, it's like, okay, cool. Everybody's silent until it's time to be silent. That's how you know ain't motherfucker been through nothing.
Yo, I don't know what niggas he been around. But a lot of them niggas I be hanging with, niggas don't be telling on niggas. Like, I don't know what the fuck he talking about. Yo, why? Let me hit Fly Guy, yo. Let me man on his ass. Yo, what the fuck, bro? Like, so when you send me stuff like this, it's like you agree with it. Like, oh, all right, okay, I'm standing with that. Like, why would you tell me watch this? I asked me watch video of Woody trying to justify telling. Like, come on, bro. Why'd you ask me watch that, bro? I thought you were talking about Charleston White or something.
I feel some type of way though.
Hey,
Y'all,
for real,
y'all sat
though.
down with Uncle Murder, man, and
Like, why would you send me that? Tell me check that out.
you could go silent.
Then he told me go
What's
to
going
the
on up here?
He told me go to the 8 minute
I
mark.
was ready.
Like,
I
yo,
told the state that.
Hey, yo, go to the 8 minute mark.
But I ain't gonna put my life on the line for those was lost.
Like he ready to drop a jewel or something. Like that's why I say I don't watch. Like I can't watch yo for real. Like he's a fucking habitual liar, yo. He's a habitual liar. Like watching it, you watch him for what? Like that's what I be for the people that be like watch all Woody shit and be like, yo, fuck with Woody. Like what are you watching? Like he's not entertaining. He's a stone cold rat. He don't have no loyalty, no honor, no dignity. He not even smart. Like this is 8 minute mark, bro. That's what he told me go to. It's like, what are you getting out of a Woody? All this shit ready to do is piss me off. I know it is.
So I was running around with like a chick with a head cut off, showing my loyalty up front, giving it up front. So when I see these dudes be talking, it's like, okay, cool. Everybody's silent until it's time to be silent. That's how you know ain't motherfucker been through nothing. I don't, and guess what? These niggas that be talking, I still don't think they'll go in that courtroom and do what I did. What I did in that courtroom shows I ain't scared of nobody.
What? That's what most rats do in the courtroom. Like, oh, that's time. We got to turn the camera around. Yo, why is he acting like he did something that ain't never been done? Y'all, if you don't know, I'm gonna give you some information that you might ain't know. Probably 60% of the rats, they get on the stand and do exactly what Woody did. They tell in the interrogation room and then get on the stand and backtrack everything. That's what they all do it. Like he didn't do anything that the last the guy that told in my case, he was fighting not to go to court. Fighting, like literally, wouldn't come out the cell, fighting the COs. He wasn't trying to come to court. Most rat, I can say most, a large percentage of rats that tell in the interrogation room get on the stand and do exactly what Woody did. Backtrack everything. Backtrack everything. Now they typically don't let him get away with it. For some reason, they let Woody get away with it. I forgot to give him immunity. So these guys I'm talking about, they don't even get immunity. You understand what I'm saying? They don't even get immunity and they backtrack and go to jail and whatever the fuck happened to him. Yo, but he didn't do nothing honorable. Like he's trying to pass it off like he did something honorable. He ain't do nothing honorable, nigga. That shit you did wasn't exclusive. Like, yo, crazy as hell. Shit was not exclusive.
Nobody, not the judge, not the DA, not the defense, not even the defendants. Because if I wanted to hurt somebody, every defendant over there know I could have hurt anybody.
Yo, this is crazy. Yo, why would you tell me watch this, bro? See, this is the main reason why I don't be watching these niggas. Because all it does is piss me off. It might be great for viewership, but it raised my blood pressure. For real. Like, I try to stay away from this nigga at all costs. Like, I haven't been saying him on my timeline lately, which is great. Saying like his buzz is dying down, less people sharing him. And yo, send me this shit earlier today.
I could have hurt anybody. Nigga, the streets had already crucified me. They already said what they gonna say, they already gonna feel how they gonna feel. I ain't trying to change the streets, man. Fuck the streets. I care about them people that was sitting over there. I love them boys.
Yo, that is the dude that told on me and my co-defendants, right? That's the same thing he said. That's the same thing he said. He said, I hate to do this shit because I love them niggas. That's what he said, yo. Yeah, yo, that's how it sounded. You know how they play the video recording for you and shit. You're like, I hate to do this shit because I love them niggas. And then set our name and shit. Like, yo, what? Yo, that's what you do to the people you love? Is that what you do to people you love? If that's the case, yo, keep love. I don't want nothing to do with love. If this is what people in whatever year that was, but in 2025 still, that's what people doing to people they love, then you can keep love. Fuck that. I'd be better off without it. How you gonna let them boys what you was telling them boys for 10 years? Lying on them boys for 10 years, but you love them. Get the fuck out of here, yo. Like, yo, this is diabolical. I bet if we go into the comments, they're gonna be like, yo, look, yo, Woody changing. Yo, man, yo, Woody really grown over the years. I'm trying to tell you. Yo, people in the comments. Yo, that's what really be making me mad though, y'all. It be the comments. The comments really be pissing me off. Like, I can deal with him being stupid. It's when you go to the comments and they be like, yo, what the fuck? They fell for it.
I had to find myself. And through over the time period, I found myself. I forgave myself. And that's why I did what I did.
Exactly, Trapper. Ratting for a whole 10 years is not a mistake. That is you know what you call that? That is called a fucking, I don't know what that's, a fucking sequence of events. That's called a timeline. What the fuck are you talking about? That shit ain't no motherfucking mistake. That shit is something that's you, bro. You'll do it again. He will do it again. Habitual rat. Thank you, bro. That is a habitual rat. That shows a career. You got a career in snitching, bro.
And nigga, my church on Zoom. Go back and look. Before they even called me to trial, I was standing in front of my church praying over them boys.
Oh my God.
Before I even went to that courtroom. So when people speak on me, do your research.
Yo, wow.
These blogs, they only post negativity. They only want to speak on bad because it get them more.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Why did you send me this, y'all? Oh my goodness gracious. Now he's the second coming of Christ. Fucking Woody is the second coming of Christ now, y'all. Who would have known? Who would have thought this, y'all? After all these years, who would have thought that Woody would be the guy to save the black community, y'all? Like, yo, this is amazing. I ain't never seen anything like it. Like, he's trying to play himself up like he's an upstanding citizen. No, Woody, we not buying that shit. Come on, keep it real. Keep it real. You still the same guy. All you got to do is get put in the same situation again. That's it, y'all. If he get put in the same situation again, true colors gonna show. Because these type of people don't change, y'all. They don't change. That's just like a disease. It's like a disease. You don't change after you didn't. They're like sex offenders. Well, what he did is engraved. That it's engraved in him. You understand? It's not a it's a trait. It's a character flaw. It's not a mistake. I mean, you know, mistakes it happens sometimes. Sometimes you make this is a pattern. It's a character flaw. This is who he is. If they grab him today tomorrow, he's telling on his next door neighbor. I don't give a fuck if next door neighbor it works in 9 to 5. I don't give a fuck if the next door neighbor is a streamer. What are you gonna find something to tell on his ass about? I promise you. He lacks integrity, y'all. Lacks integrity.
More views and more attention for these little trolls on the internet. These are kids who y'all calling trolls. Kids that don't know no better.
Probably was.
Kids that ain't never even been in the streets. Y'all giving y'all attention. Them same kids crashed Lil Durk out. Lil Durk said it in his song. He rapped about it. Y'all can't say slide for Vaughn no more. What?
Look, they ain't say that in no song, bro. What the fuck is you talking about? You didn't say that in the song. Yo, Woody don't be with you like he don't be around like you think he be, man. From what I was told.
And don't nobody know how the feds work. Everybody tell me the feds are the real boogeyman. They talk about their conviction rate. Yeah, they got a high conviction rate because when they show you what they got on you, it ain't no point in going to trial.
Damn.
See, they got a high overturned conviction rate too for people who get their time back on appeal. But they still get their conviction. Still.
Hey, Woody. In order to get the case overturned, you got to go to trial. And he must have got that from Keeping G News because he ain't smart enough to have that information. The fuck he learned that. He did do some time in the feds, but I don't think he's smart enough to even pay attention. But anyway, you have to get you got to go to trial to get the case overturned, man.
You got to go through that process. When you're being controlled,
man, you fucking crazy. Nobody's smarter than me.
By the social media, by kids that ain't come from where you come from, this shows you just in a way. You feel where I'm coming from? Yeah. So I be watching a lot of stuff, and I be laughing. Man, real is rare. If I speak on a lot of stuff that I choose not to speak on, because I want certain those.
Hey, yo, is he trying to portray himself as real? Is he trying to portray himself as real? Like, somebody please let me know. Hey, yo, this ain't. Hold up, y'all. This ain't what we was. Oh, I guess it is.
To close, a lot of people have a different look at a lot of things. But because of the love that I have for those, I won't just turn my back on them and shit on them.
Damn.
You attack me, I attack back. I told y'all that.
Nothing is off limits. He told you. You attack me, I'm going to the police. I don't give a fuck what it is. I can be the biggest shooter in Atlanta. If you attack me, I'm going straight to law enforcement.
She tried to make
no ifs, ands, or buts about it, buddy. Everybody's going down.
Tonight, you've got the all-new Caesars.
Y'all still been trying to track down y'all who hiring these fucking bloggers. For some reason, y'all, they don't give you that information.
What's your mom?
For some reason, they don't give you that information, man. Somebody's hiring these motherfuckers. And I want to know who. What? What you think? What you think about 607 up? Tokyo? Let me know what you think first. before I tell you what I think, let me know what you think. Oh yeah, yo, this man died. This man died from the gun squad, yo. The firing squad. Explain that. What you mean? The new Charleston White. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Then I'll tell you what I think of him. I think he might be the new Charleston. Hey, you might got a point. I think he might be the new Charleston White. Hell yeah. But I don't think that's a good thing by any means. Hell no, man. So you want another one. So Charleston White 15 minutes of fame is up. And you want another one? Like, yo, come on, Tokyo. Like, what the you don't want to move past those guys? I don't think we need another one, bro. Shit, he that's what he wanted. He died by the firing squad. Listen to it.
Was in her living room in Taylor's, South Carolina. Her husband, David, was in the kitchen.
Brad Sigmund walked in, moved methodically back and forth between those rooms, and repeatedly beat the Larks with a baseball bat until they died.
Angry that their daughter had broken up with him, Sigmund showed her parents no mercy.
And none was shown to him. Tonight, 24 years after the murders, South Carolina put Sigmund to death in the first execution in the United States by firing squad in 15 years. Meg Oliver is at the prison in Columbia. Meg?
With a hood over his head and a target over his heart, a firing squad executed Brad Sigmund. He was pronounced dead at 6:08, 4 years after the South Carolina state legislature approved the option for death row inmates. In this room, behind a century-old electric chair, 67-year-old Brad Sigmund was strapped down here.
Gladys Lark was
crazy,
in her living room in Taylor's.
Ain't no way.
Hidden behind a wall 15 feet away, 3 corrections employees fired live rounds at him through a small rectangular hole, a method he chose instead of...
you like all the goofies. God damn, Tokyo. Hey, Tokyo, you part of the problem, man.
Lethal injection or the electric chair. New bulletproof glass was installed to shield witnesses. Do you expect more states to follow suit?
No.
Why not?
This was a political game that the Republicans in our legislature fell for when they voted for that. Nobody really wanted this.
Why not?
It wasn't necessary because we had 2 methods of execution. We had the electric chair and lethal injection.
John Osmond is the former director of the South Carolina Department of Corrections, where he oversaw 14 executions. While lethal injection remains the primary method in most states, drug shortages and botched executions have led to a revival of older methods. Sigmund's attorney, Bo King. Why would your client choose to die this way?
Brad had repeatedly asked for the most basic facts about South Carolina's lethal injection drugs.
Hidden.
So, like, is it expired? Have the drugs been diluted? Have the drugs spoiled? And he was repeatedly refused that information.
So he chose a firing squad.
He chose the firing squad.
Sigmund was sentenced to
death.
death.
Listen, this motherfucker chose to die by the firing squad. You know what you mean? Why I'm looking at it? He might be the only person in the world that ever choose that. Like, what the fuck? Oh, you chose to die by the firing squad, bro? Like, that's deep.
For killing his ex-girlfriend's parents, David and Gladys Lark, in 2001, beating them with a baseball bat, a crime he admitted to. How would you describe this form of execution?
Death may be difficult for anybody, but as far as ending a human life quickly, I think this is probably about as good as you can get.
23 states currently have the death penalty. 5 allow the use of a firing squad.
This was an impossible choice, but between the prospect of dying strapped to a gurney over 20 minutes, drowning in the blood and fluid in your own lungs, as opposed to the firing squad, he made the only choice that he could.
Meg, how are people in South Carolina, state officials, responding to those who are calling this whole thing?
So, like, is it expired?
Damn, you ain't all this time called, you ain't sub yet? That's crazy.
Maurice, the state of South Carolina maintains that this is not cruel and unusual punishment because they let the inmate choose the way they are put to death, whether it is lethal injection, the electric chair, or now a firing squad. If they don't,
that's the same thing the feds basically said in the paperwork with the identification witnesses. I mean, it's not improper because they got a chance to to refute it. Yo, this shit crazy.
Choice, the electric chair is their default.
Meg, what do we know about the people who pulled the trigger, the executioners?
Of course, they not going to know that.
We know that they are part of the corrections staff. We know they volunteered for the assignment, but because South Carolina passed a SHIELD law in 2023, it protects the identities of everybody involved in an execution, so we don't know who they are.
Nick, just a couple seconds here. Did we get a sense of his last words before he was put to death?
Yes, his last words, Maurice, he wanted to say, I want my closing statement to be one of love and a calling to my fellow Christians to end the death penalty.
Barrack.
Damn.
For the first time in 15 years, someone will be executed by a firing squad in America. This is how it's going to play out. He will be strapped in a metal chair with a hood over his head and a target placed over his heart. And about 15 feet away, behind a hidden wall, 3 volunteer correctional officers will fire their rifles through a small opening. There will be witnesses behind bulletproof glass, including 3 members of the media. Some members of the victim's family will be there as well. 67-year-old Brad Sigmund was convicted for brutally killing his ex-girlfriend's parents with a baseball bat, which he admitted to. The state maintains this is not cruel and unusual punishment because they allow the death row inmate to choose among the electric chair, lethal injection,
yeah, for real, they volunteered for that
if
shit.
They do not choose, the inmate is given the electric chair.
Damn.
For the first time in 15...
Right, these motherfuckers vicious. Like, that's the crazy thing about it. They're allowed to kill at will, but when somebody else kill,
It's also breaking news
they
coming
give you life in prison for that shit. I seen this a couple days ago.
How much money do you think you spend on drugs a week? You gotta really specify.
Yeah, I just got in an argument.
Hello? This is Racine County 911. What's the address of your emergency? My mom is in bed. Okay. What's going on?
Here, hold up, y'all wanted to see that.
Hello? Come and get my mommy. Okay, what's going on? Come get my mommy.
What the
You
fuck?
know your... Hi, what's going on over there? Oh, this little one got the phone and he's 4. Okay. And we're trying to catch him because he said he was going to call 911. No, I got in the face. He called the booty and I just told her to come and get my mommy. Hello?
I'd have whipped her ass after that. What the fuck? She called the police because they took her ice cream. She got her ass whipping after that.
Bad decision.
Y'all see this shit been going on with DDG and his what's called, man, trying to let him see his child? Like, see, this be that bullshit right here, man. He need to take her ass straight to court. Don't need to play no games with her. Straight to court. I think something happened where he did something with his child on stream, and I don't think he's seen his child since. I ain't save it. Fuck, I hate when I don't save shit. Like, yo on stream begging to see his child. That'd be fucked up though, yo, because if he was a fucked up individual, and ain't want to see his child, then it'd be an issue. I know who got it. I when I got it. Did y'all see that? Like, women be wilding, man. Fuck, you just gonna not let that man see his child? Who the fuck got it? They only got it. Here you go.
I never get them dropped every single day or every other day. I'm trying to see him. I'm trying to get him to come over. or whatever. I never get them dropped off. I always go pick them up. I live far as shit. So I'm driving hours to go get them, and then I get there and I can't get them. I can't see him. My son is sick right now. I want to see my son. I want to hold my son. I want to, you know what I'm saying? I just want to comfort him. I want to put him in the shower, get some steam in his nose so he can feel better. I don't get the chance to do that. I get pinned against the wall, and then everything else is variables on why I can't see my son. You feel me? Like it don't have nothing to do with me working, by the way. I'm not going to air out her business, but me and her has not been together for a long time. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's been going on for a minute where I never get them dropped every single day.
I'm not moving on, yo, because this is an issue. This is an issue, yo, when women think the child belongs to them. Like, yo, the child does not belong to you. Y'all share this child. So you don't just get to decide one day that, you know what? I ain't letting them see the child no more. Man, fuck no. Now, if he was to back all the way off, he'd be going through the same shit Umar Johnson going through. Not saying we don't know Umar Johnson's situation. I'm just saying. Like, you can't put people through this. And then at the same time, when they say, man, fuck that. Fuck her and the child. Now it's, oh, you a deadbeat. Hell no. I tried everything. I mean, I tried everything. But everything wasn't good enough, so I fell back. No, you the deadbeat.
I just never got on the internet and said nothing. I mean, I might like throw like little subliminals or some shit like that, but it's like, bro, like, I don't want to get on the internet.
Yeah, that shit not right, man.
At the end of the day, you know, this is something that
Anthony, I was a sucker for that.
Really like fuck with him, but I'm really just coming on this motherfucker as just a dad that really don't know what to do at this point. I've been dealing with this shit since he's been born, damn near. It's like I really feel like I'm a fucking nanny at this point. The nanny has been able to have my son more than me. Who her nigga is, who she fucking filming movies with, I don't give a fuck. I care about my son. That's all I care about. Literally, that's all I care about. And when that's taken from me, she know that's the only way I get frustrated. That's the only way she can get under my skin, because I don't care what she does. We haven't been together. This might be a curveball to a lot of people, but me and her, I just never got on the internet and said nothing. A lot of people, but me and her has not been together for a long time. A long time. Before that post, we've been not really together. We probably was on and off for a little bit. That's it. But further than that, we has not been together. A lot of people, but me and her has not been together.
Yeah, man, she did wrong for that, man. She did wrong for that. Now, if he say fuck her and that child, he be dead wrong then. He really be a fucked up ass individual, wouldn't he? I know, Trapper. As far as that kid, yo, now this, yo, who the fuck is she, yo? She is the new, and like, yo, I told y'all, yo, the play that's being ran on black women, yo, is disgusting. I be glad when black women wake up to see what the fuck going on, man. Like, yo, all this page post is nonsense. Nonsense. I seen a fucking video, and black men even participating in the bullshit. Fuck that video at, goofy ass nigga. Fucking look what this girl said though, y'all. I wasn't even gonna play it because all she wanted is fucking clout. But I'm sure enough people seen it. This fucking girl. I keep messing this shit up. They running a serious play on black women.
What's my biggest dating red flag?
Yeah, I heard about that. Listen to this shit.
Is it being on the DL? You're on the right track. I have my answer. Is it close enough? Are you want to guess one more time what would be a red flag for me? Bad music taste? Oh, that is a good one. Because that's one for me. That is a good one. Like, that's not what I put. You don't listen to Michael Jackson. But
Man, all this shit is staged.
Okay. This is a huge red flag for me. All right. You know it's okay.
A straight man. A straight man, yo. Yo, I'm sick and tired. I said something to this girl on here too. This bitch, my bad. I ain't mean to call her a bitch. This girl gonna say, what the fuck this girl say? I say they pushing this agenda hard. I must ain't said on this one. Yo, but I'm tired of this narrative being pushed that it's black men on the DL and like, yo, what black men are they talking about? Like, I don't think I got no DL friends. Like, I don't think I ever had a DL friend. Like, I don't know what the fuck be going on out here. Yo, but that's not trolling, bro. Like, that's not trolling. That's disrespectful. That's dangerous. That's you trying to push a narrative. It's not trolling, man. Somebody being paid to do this shit, I think. I think it's way bigger than trolling. Right. It's way bigger than trolling. Like this other narrative they trying to push. Fucking 1090J. Talking about there ain't never been no rules. Kids and women never been off limits to the streets. Like, yo, what are you talking about? Always been. Always been. Now, of course, you got people that break rules, but to say that haven't been a rule is fucking wild. And why would you even want to push something like that? Like, why do you want that when you know? And this is the thing about this too, y'all. A lot of these bloggers are habitual liars. They lie about every fucking thing. 1090J created a whole fake ass image. 1090J created a whole
car wash in the Fort Worth suburb of Forest Hill.
Created a whole image of who he was online. Never was who he said he was. Always was a flunky.
To be identified as Chucky Smith, but more commonly known as the Texas rapper Car Wash in 2025.
Around rapping. Okay, why would you target him? He didn't bother nobody. And a baby, his baby.
Always, that's what I'm saying. That's it. Always been a rule. But you got so many bloggers online. Charleston White said it yesterday. Now you got another huge blogger following it up. Like, yo, this is not being done organically. It's not being done organically. Because if you was really from it, right? If you was really from it, right? And you carried yourself with any level of integrity, even if that was the case, knowing how strong the internet is, knowing that this is where everybody get their information from, knowing how influential you are and the internet is as a whole, you would not get on a platform and say anything like that. You wouldn't say that. So why are people doing this? Who is paying? Like, yo, it's dirty work, y'all. I'm telling you. It's dirty work. I heard Say Cheese was just interviewed Main Music and was motherfucking instigating more beef. Like, yo, what the fuck is going on out here, man? And why nobody cares but me, it seemed like.
3rd, 2025.
I don't know, the labels.
10:49 a.m. Forest Hill police were dispatched to a shooting incident at a local car wash in the 6500 block of Forest Hill Drive. Upon arrival, officers discovered a 30-year-old.
Yeah, Carl, but what they saying is there never been rules. They're not saying that they ain't saying kids breaking the rules. They saying it wasn't never a rule. Kids and mothers and daughters, they was always on the menu. And that is a fucking lie that they're telling the thousands of people. Which then feeds into the drill rapper and the young nigga mind. So when they do shit like that, they don't think nothing wrong with it. That's the issue. Cause I don't have anything to do with the cartels. I care. The cartels has no burns on the black community.
Male laying on the ground suffering multiple gunshot wounds. He later be
What's the lie,
identified
Carl?
as Chucky Smith, but more commonly known as the Texas rapper Get Money Lil Ronnie. Inside of his vehicle, officers made a horrific discovery. His 5-year-old daughter had been shot. Officers tried life-saving measures on both of them, but tragically, both of them would be pronounced dead at the scene. Preliminary investigation revealed 2 shooters expressing how she misses her friend.
I missed you at school today, or mommy. I love you.
Yo, there always been casualties of war, but that was always against the rules. Cause when you do shit like that, now it's no holds barred. When you break the rules, just like any war, it's war. It's fucking rules in American combat. Once somebody drop a nuke, all bets is off. There's always rules. You war within the parameters of the rules. Like, yo, I don't know what people was talking about. When the United States war with a country, it's rules in it. We can't just wake up and decide to drop a nuke. I don't give a fuck about Al Capone, bro. I'm talking about the black community, bro. I'm talking about the black community. I'm not talking about the Mexican. I'm not talking about the Mexican mafia. I'm not talking about the motherfucking the fucking Italians. I'm talking about the black community. In the black community, women and children was off limits. Always been. And it shows you that because when kids get killed, people go to prison. Communities start telling it everything.
You.
Now, this is one of the saddest deaths within hip-hop in recent times, right? To hear that somebody's daughter got killed. And I mean, there's been similar situations. We had the guy in Chicago who allegedly pissed on someone's grave. They tried to kill him and they only killed his little girl in the backseat. He ended up surviving. And I think he might have changed his life. I hope he did.
Yo, so he just happened to reference the same situation as Charleston White. The same situation we looked at yesterday. When Charleston White lied and said it wasn't no outrage when that little girl got killed. He just happened to reference the same situation. Come on, y'all. Something ain't right, y'all. I'm just trying to open your eyes. Something ain't right.
But just the thought of you can't go to a car wash with your kid without the possibility of being gunned down is crazy. And at this time, we don't know a motive. So like I said, I'm not going to dive into the conspiracy theories. But I am going to break down accountability. Killing is killing. When you decide to kill somebody, you're responsible for every shot that comes out of that gun. A lot of these guns out here, the bullet isn't going to stop when it hits someone. It keeps going. The bullet isn't going to stop when it hits a car. It pushes through. This is how innocent people keep getting killed.
Nah, bro. You got to pay attention to them, bro. Their voices is loud, yo. Their voices are loud. They're louder than mine. You can't ignore these people. You can only ignore them when nobody is listening, when nobody is watching. Once the world is watching, you can't ignore them anymore. You got to attack this motherfucking full throttle.
They saw him in his car. They opened fire. They end up hitting the little girl. Probably had no idea she was there, but now nobody cares. Y'all made the decision to pull those triggers. Your decision caused the death of not only him, but a 5-year-old little girl. If the state of Texas pushes for the death penalty, who the fuck in all actuality is going to say they don't deserve it? I would love to know. Who's gonna say, yeah, no, don't fry them. Nah, spare them. They didn't know better. They weren't fully developed. No, none of that. Because if you look at their history, one tried to rape a 55-year-old woman, the other one's beating his pregnant girlfriend and shooting people.
But what I tell y'all though, what I tell y'all about certain type of crimes and characteristics of a, you understand what I'm saying? Like, yo, you can peep these guys out way before they do some wild ass shit. But I tell y'all, the same people out here robbing and killing and shooting in the cars and shooting at, they the same ones telling, the same ones raping women. They all the same ones, man. I've been telling y'all that for the longest time. People think I just be talking though.
Accountability.
But they want you to respect the right. They want you to support a Woody. Woody would be the same one shooting from a distance and the innocent, somebody innocent getting killed. Yo, snitching is a character flaw, man. It's way bigger than the streets.
Again, if the judicial system had put them away, they would have never had the ability to do this. So again, there's a fine line between, you know, defund the police and give people bonds and don't be strict to where you let people off that should be in. I've been in prison. There are people that 100%.
Yo, that man was on PC his whole bit. We ready to go to Byron Blake video. Because he's a fucking character. He been able to lie and create a nice life for himself off lies. Portraying something that he is totally not.
Should never be released and should never come home. And if you've been to prison, you know the people that I'm talking about. You've seen them. They just can't get right. They love stabbing. They love violence. They can't handle responsibility. They fold under pressure. They lash the fuck out. They're mentally unstable. Well, clearly, that's what we're dealing with in this situation. It's a terribly sad thing that happened. My condolences to the family.
Definitely,
like I said, I'm going to have the GoFundMe pin in the comment section for anybody that wants to donate. But rest in peace to Ronnie. Rest in peace to his daughter. As a father, I can't imagine. I'll just have to keep y'all updated with this. For anyone wanting to...
Where's the part that that he said ain't no rules? Kids and women and kids want off limits. I must have...
Ronnie's Instagram would show his daughter with another little girl, and the caption would read, "My baby girl couldn't stand the fact of murder charges. Under Texas law, they can face execution." On March 6th, 3 days after the shooting, cell phone rangers would place a man and Robinson. It's unclear at this time if the female will face charges, would be arrested in Fort Worth, and the execution, which I can't imagine anyone be pinned in the comment section of this video for anyone wanting to donate. A picture posted to Ronnie's Instagram would show his daughter with another little girl, and the caption would read, "My baby girl couldn't stand the fact that her friend was sad. This morning her daddy..."
That's the thing though, bro. A lot of these scholars, you don't know who's who on this internet. You think people on the same side as you, then they do some old wild shit. You be like, oh my God, you're one of them too.
Couldn't make it to donuts with daddy, so you know we let her know it's okay to join us, and she can snap it up times, literally. A small act of kindness by Ronnie and his daughter. The little girl sent a video expressing how she...
I love you.
Now this is one of the saddest deaths within hip-hop. Kingston, Texas.
Yeah, when he said that shit, I read.
For a 1-year labor sentence, meaning once a week he had to work, but only last 5 seconds before collapsing. The same day of the shooting, police would announce a suspect had been identified, and an active capital murder warrant had been issued. 2 days later, police would identify both shooters to the public. 24-year-old Adonis Robinson making his way to a dumpster where the two parked within a bay at the car wash. Both of them would be pronounced dead at the scene. Preliminary investigation revealed two shooters wearing blue jeans and gray sweaters exited a white four-door Kia. Ronnie's vehicle was parked within a bay at the car wash, and while he was vacuuming his interior, the shooters approached on foot and opened fire. Surveillance video would hit the internet showing they fired from close range as Ronnie took off running across the parking lot and away from his vehicle. Ronnie would keep running, making his way to a dumpster where the two shooters who appeared to be fleeing came back. Standing over Ronnie, one shooter would again open fire, dropping him to the ground. The second shooter would go behind the dumpster, off camera, and it can be assumed he also fired into Ronnie while he was on the ground. With both shooters running off, Ronnie would make one final attempt to run, but only last 5 seconds before collapsing.
I don't like how he do this, yo. Like he doing this like this shit a game or something. But only will make it 5 seconds before he collapsed. That's why I'm be fucking with these niggas.
The same day of the shooting, police would announce a suspect had been identified and an active capital murder warrant had been issued. 2 days later, police would identify both shooters to the public. 24-year-old Adonis Robinson is a convicted assault and failing to comply with sex. He was 19 years old at the news article from 2019. She was attacked from behind as he threw her to the ground, hitting her. Didn't stop screaming. She continued to screams and came to her aid as the and DNA would show he bought lawfully carrying a weapon, an assault with bodily child's mother by striking, scratches, but only months later spare him from prison, reducing office. He decided failed its Texas citizens as neither man should have been in society after one attempted a rape while the other beat his pregnant girlfriend and then shot a man. The internet would heat up when photos of Jacoby next to Texas rapper CJ Casino were found. This would make a connection that would leave fans spinning theories as to who was responsible for getting Ronnie killed. But instead of focusing on the hypotheticals, what we need to focus on is accountability. I can't say what made Ronnie a target. It could have been his affiliation to the rapper Go Yayo that got him killed. But he was at a car wash in the morning with his daughter when shooters opened fire. It's become normal for anyone involved in hip-hop, from rappers to producers to even DJs, to expect violence because it comes within the culture of hip-hop. So a 30-year-old father can be considered careless for even having his daughter in the back seat. Normalizing violence leaves men not having the ability to be fathers, as their lives are constantly in danger. And in this situation, I don't think the shooters knew that little girl was in the car, but the thought of what if didn't stop them. I can't think of anyone that isn't disgusted with this story. A 5-year-old girl being gunned down with her father. Her last moments in the back of a car while his were on the pavement. At the end of the day, killing is killing, and every day the wrong people get shot. But who's actually to blame? If the shooters were locked up back when one tried to rape a woman and the other shot a man, they wouldn't have had the ability to kill that little girl. If the so-called street code was real, the shooters would have got punished for targeting women in the past, but they didn't. Everyone can claim women and children are off limits, but the reality is the streets knows no limits.
You see what I'm saying? Why is everybody saying that, man? It's not the reality, man. Sean, what the fuck the boy name is? Yeah, because I was trying to find that statement. Charleston White said it on Sean Cotton interview. $10.90 Jake said it. 166,000 views. Let's see what that Sean Cotton interview got. It's like, why are they pushing this shit? And what I was saying is, you don't know who on your side. like I had a conversation with a blogger, right? About the fucking about the big meats telling shit. Yo, and an hour later, this motherfucker put out a video titled Big Meats Didn't Third Party Cooperate. Like, yo, what? Like, what the fuck, yo? We just, like, how the fuck, man, you just have a whole conversation. I ain't saying his name because I ain't trying to put him out there. Look, this video. 542,000 views. Both on there talking about ain't never been no rules. It ain't never been no rules. Women and children. Like, why are they saying that? Even if that was the truth, which is not, why would you put that out there? That's what make me think. That's what make me think this is being orchestrated. Just hard to find out who paying these motherfuckers, man. They don't gotta release it. They don't gotta release it, man. But somebody paying these people, man. Somebody paying these people to push this bullshit. Yo said it. Yo said it before. Like certain things you just don't say. Man, it's a lot of people playing these motherfuckers, man. It's a lot of people playing these. Digital market firms paying YouTubers.
According to InfluencerMarketingHub.com, to help you leverage YouTube's potential, we've compiled a list of the top YouTube marketing agencies for businesses to partner with in 2025.
Yeah, man. So they paying these motherfuckers, man, and they pushing agendas. They pushing agendas, man. They giving them checks up front. Sharp eye animation. Joystick. Tile. There's probably so many of them, yo. But they don't have to release who's on their roster. Let me see. What company has the biggest YouTube roster?
T-Series. According to LouisVillaPodcast.studio, with over 250 million subscribers, T-Series is the largest YouTube channel globally.
No, that's not what I'm looking for. Gotta find out who paying these niggas. What marketing firm has the biggest YouTube content creator roster?
According to InfluencerMarketingHub.com, to help you leverage YouTube's potential, we've compiled a list of the top YouTube marketing agencies for businesses to partner with in 2025.
21 of the leading influence and talent agencies. Just as business have chosen to work with influence agencies to help organize the best influencer deals to meet their goals, and increasing number of influencers now working with influence talent agencies to help them find the best deals for them and their audience. I'm telling you, y'all, they turned this shit to the rap game, man. They turned it to the rap game. Leading influence talent agencies. They got 13,000 creators. It's focused on TikTok, though. The right talent agencies is TikTok, Nora Reach. See, yo, there's no problem. I told you, like, Law and Crime Network owned by a digital marketing firm. Remember I showed y'all that? Who owns Law and Crime Network?
Jelly Smack.
Jelly Smack. What is Jelly Smack?
According to jellysmack.com, Jelly Smack helps creators grow their communities and maximize their earnings across multiple social media platforms.
And none of them gonna agree with me, y'all, because I can't be controlled. These motherfuckers pushing agendas, bro. Only one I can't sign to nothing like this unless I got free reign to do. I gotta have free reign to do what I want to do, but that's not what's going on right now, bro. These motherfuckers are being controlled. They pushing narratives. They looking for characters. That's why when you see guys like 607 interview. What the fuck? You see guys like 607 and the fat dude, big homie CC. They signed, man. Wack 100. Like, what makes 607 a thing? He's a fucking goofball. 300, look. See, and this is what they do. They run the views up. 308,000 people watch this shit. What? Look all his views. But you go to his channel, he don't even get them type numbers on his channel. I'm trying to tell y'all what's going on, man. Shit ain't right. It ain't right. $14K on there. 252K on his channel. Real return 1 month ago. 1 month ago, 384K. They run the numbers up. Make you believe that they lit. That's the goal. Make you believe that they lit. Get you to subscribe on. But the money goes to them. These motherfuckers got paid up front. I don't know. I think he signed too. Black. Remember I showed y'all them all of them got them little what's the columns in the back of them? Them little paintings and shit. Y'all got them fucking paintings in back of them. I don't know, y'all. It's wild. It's wild what's going on. Yo, big homie CC. Big homie CC is a fucking cornball. Matter of fact, last time we checked this Instagram subscriber count, he was at like 30,000, 33,000. Let's see where he at now. He done got a whole 10,000. That wasn't long. He done got 10,000 followers since then. Shit not real though, man. The numbers is not real. Not real numbers. Like they promoting these motherfuckers and putting them in our face. They giving them to us. Like if we don't have our own people. They're giving us these people. Look.
It's like
they the two new things on the block. We gotta get them together. Look, you see, yo, that's why they don't like me. Look. that's why they can't stand me. Yo, I got no cut cost for these people, man. This shit, I be pissed off, man. And I ain't got no fake account to lie on. And fuck them niggas. I want that shit to be known. I ain't got time to be hiding it. I don't like nothing about you niggas. I don't like what you niggas represent. I don't like nothing about it. I think y'all a danger to the community. Y'all burning the community down with nonsense. We got a time in life where we can motherfucking control our own fate. And you motherfuckers are signing on to them firms and getting and allowing them people to control you. Oh yeah, let me show y'all them fake pages I was talking about. I ain't never get a chance to show y'all. I found more fake pages the other day. Found fake pages the other day. I ain't never get to show y'all what they was. It was like a drill music page. Look at this. Page fake as a motherfucker. As soon as I figured out it was fake, I turned that shit straight off. I just want to show y'all it though. Like they making these pages to get in the way of the views. So they sending them a large percentage of the views so they can justify not paying us. Look. This fucking page, y'all. 11,000 subscribers. Trap City TV. Trap TV, 11,000 subscribers. They got a video called The Death of Lord Marlowe, the hit that turned the land into a war zone.
Then you know, or at least heard of PFK, a set that originated as a branch of GF members in the 9th Ward,
Look, they
which
always
went on to arguably become more known than...
They always got the fake voice. But look, when you go to the page, right? They got 6 videos, y'all. 6 videos. How the fuck? Look at 6 videos. So everything they do, they ain't dropped the ball yet. First video, 393,000. Second video, 86,000. Third video. Like, come on, y'all. Get the fuck out of here. Got 6 fucking videos. But look at all that content. Atlanta drill, disses in response. Like, yo, it's a agenda being go. They pushing this bullshit on us, man. It's another one I had to show y'all too. It's another one I had to show y'all. Yeah, it's just hard to compete against these motherfuckers, man. You can't compete against them. You can't compete against them. That's why I saw Campbell numbers struggling like that. If you ain't know, they put all these fake pages up, man. You can't compete against them pages, man. They got like secret deals with YouTube and shit. Look at Sean Cotton. Go Yale interviewed and touched 509,000. 590K. Yo, happy as a bitch. Yo, a bitch. Instigated that fucking beef, bro. The bitch ass instigated that beef. I think it's called Rap TV. Here you go. I think this the page. I think this the page. Hey yo, hell yeah! You know, On weekends, I stay up late. I ain't got no car right now. I gotta take my car to get a tire, so I can't even go nowhere tomorrow. Fucking pissed off. It's my fault though. I supposed to got this wheel alignment. You know, I had all that work done to my car and I ain't get no wheel alignment. Look, so look at this page. So this what this page was talking about at first. I think this the page. And now look what they talking about. No, this ain't the page. It's another one. It's talking about some old gangster shit. Pushing that bullshit on the people. Something like that. I think it's called Rap TV. It's called Rap Fire TV. That's what it's called. I just wanted to show y'all. I don't like when I see these motherfuckers. I get the fuck away from them because YouTube feed them to you. If you think about it, y'all, they feed y'all way more of these pages than they do real YouTubers. Start paying attention to it. Start paying attention to how many them AI videos they feed you. $218 videos, 60 something thousand subscribers. Ain't no fucking way. I got 1,000 videos. I ain't reached 60 something thousand. I don't even think this the page, bro. Oh yeah, no, his view, this page numbers is fake as a motherfucker. Ain't no way they got 67,000 subscribers with them low ass numbers. Ain't no way. I don't think that's the page. But no, yeah, they just buying subscribers, whoever over there. Probably bought. They just buying subscribers. A lot of them boxing pages is fake too. They got a lot of fake boxing pages out. There's a lot of them out. Trap TV. Real over. Why you always do that dumb shit? Fucking take you backwards. More Ronnie. I think the Family TV worked for one of my fucking pages too. That's why his ass be stealing people takes and not giving credit. So that's the thing, y'all. When you working for them pages, they be the ones that steal your takes and don't give you credit. And not working for when you working for them firms. They be the ones. That's part of their tactics. Box truck. What it is. I had something else I wanted to show y'all. Oh yeah, the 1090 Jake shit. I'm ready to go to bed though. Byron Blake. Look, he been on 1090 Jake Hills. Fake ass 1090 Jake. I got some candy. I ain't gonna get my shit.
While incarcerated at Lancaster, Jake would have. Attempt to go in another direction with his bid. In Jake's mind, Lancaster was the big leagues compared to Sumter, so he had to move differently if he wanted to survive. 2 weeks after arriving at Lancaster, he was moved to the work camp, and according to Jake, his time at the work camp wasn't exciting at all. We can see from his housing history that Jake was in trouble twice while in the work camp, once for refusing to work and the other for an unauthorized absence. When you put these situations in perspective, along with Jake's version of why he was moved from the work camp, it seems as though Jake had a pattern of getting in trouble with the intentions of changing housing units, as opposed to just requesting to get moved. That's just my opinion, that is. Still,
that's what he was
around
doing.
The same time he claims he was moved from the work camp because he wanted to go into the field, there exists a record of a disciplinary report. In any case, Jake's description of how he got moved is still what many would consider a check-in move.
I was at the work camp already because of my custody level and my release date. My boy ended up sending me a kite over to the work camp saying he just cut a GD. I'm at the work camp bored as shit. Almost everybody over here pussy. I'm going through it because I just can't stand it because believe it or not.
Hey, yo, listen to yo, what the fuck is this 1090 Jake? Yo, did y'all hear what he just said? Like, he came on the internet and really so gangster. Yo, he really so, like, yo, who brought this shit? That's how you know he came in working. Like, there's no way, yo, people brought this facade. Yo said everybody over there was pussy, so he wanted to move. He wanted to go where the action at. Yo, I have never heard an inmate say that. Like, I want to go in the mix. Like, I want to go to the war. Instead of kicking back and enjoying the fact that, yo, shit chill right now. Because it might only be chill right now. You know, shit be changing. He said, yo, I want to go where the war at. Get the fuck out of it. With a year, though. He only got a year. Ain't like he got 20. He got a year.
I was at the work camp already because of my custody level and my release date. My boy ended up sending me a kite over to the work camp saying he just cut a GD. I'm at the work camp bored as shit. Almost everybody over here pussy. I'm going through it because I just can't stand it because believe it or not, time goes by faster in the war zone. When you're at war in prison, time goes by quick because you got too much shit to think about. When you're just sitting there not doing nothing, it goes by slow as shit. So I put in a request form to get put on psych meds because you couldn't be at the work camp on psych meds. You would have to go back to the main. So that's how I ended up getting put back in the main so I could jump back in the field because I felt like my bros that I've known are going at it and I'm not in it. I'm not there with them.
On January 11th, 2014.
Yeah. Yo, he couldn't. Yo. He can only tell that to Vlad. He can only I mean, not only. My bad. No, he can. No. It's a lot of people he can tell that to. Yo, but he could not tell that to anybody substantial. Like, yo, come on, bro. This shit is so funny. I want to hear him say it again. You got to hear him say it again. Yo, the fact that these people can just sit on these interviews and lie is serious to me. Knowing that all these people are going to see, that's how you know they characters. And just lie like that, bro.
Shit, almost everybody over here pussy. I'm going. My boy ended up sending me a kite over to the work camp saying he just cut a GD. I'm at the work camp bored as shit. Almost everybody over here pussy. I'm going through it because I just can't stand it because believe it or not, time goes by faster in the war zone. When you're at war in prison, time goes by quick because you got too much shit to think about. When you're just sitting there not doing nothing, it goes by slow as shit. So I put in a request form to get put on psych meds because you couldn't be at the work camp on psych meds. You would have to go back to the main. So that's how I ended up getting put back in the main so I could jump back in the field because I felt like my bros that I've known are going at it and I'm not in it. I'm not there with them.
On January 11th, 2014, Jake was moved into Lancaster CI's B dorm.
That's what happened, though, y'all.
72 hours after entering the dorm, he was assaulted by an inmate named Jimmy Horry. As we saw in the...
That's the 72 hours. Yo, got assaulted. It's fucking funny. Yo, what y'all think he did next? Yo, what y'all think he did next, y'all? Yo, it's Brian Big. Yo, he's on his heels, man. Yo, this shit is too hilarious.
Less than 72 hours after entering the dorm, he was assaulted by an inmate named Jimmy Horry. As we saw in the previous clip, Jake already knew that B dorm was a war zone. Jimmy had previously been housed in his dorm and stabbed by another inmate. He knew it was dangerous, and because he wanted to do better in his life, he wanted to shake that environment. Jimmy was in jail serving a 3-year sentence for burglary and theft and had been declared mentally unfit by the court system. After attempting to ask the guards to move him, Jimmy was told he would have to crash out if he wanted to move. Shortly after, an associate of Jimmy's was attacked by an associate of 1090 Jake. Sensing that he may be next, Jimmy took action and crashed 1090 Jake. If it was going to be on, it was going to be all the way on, and he wasn't going to sit there and let it happen. After Jimmy hit Jake in the head, Jake would only ball up into a fetal position and wait for the officers to come. No fighting back, no nothing. No knives, no nothing.
No gangster shit on his
The officer
end.
could see that there was some commotion, but they weren't sure who the parties were, who the exact participants were. So they came in and lined everybody up to examine them. After finding the inmates they believed to be involved, the corrections officers allegedly beat them and took them to confinement. That's what Jake said. In the days following, Jake would attempt to get out of trouble for this incident by not only identifying the inmate who assaulted him, but by also claiming that the officers had assaulted the other inmates and had framed him by falsely accusing him of participating in the incident when he was actually just a victim. This doesn't sound like a person who voluntarily signed up to the war zone would say. I mean, if you wanted to go participate in this, why would you complain about getting caught up in it? And I definitely wouldn't be saying I'm a victim and I didn't do anything. The department and the inspector general's office would do an investigation into the incident, and the other inmates involved would deny that there was any abuse by the staff at all. So now, not only did Jake write the grievance and try to cry his way out of trouble, but because the other inmates had to be interviewed about his allegations, the word was out about what he had done.
Boy's a rat.
In prison, there's a code. Jake showed everyone on the compound he did not have the ability to stick to it. In all of his YouTube prison stories, Jake admits that one of his homies assaulted one of the Zoes before Jimmy assaulted Jake. Sounds like warfare to me. This is demonstrated by the fact that if Jake's story were true, the inmates who he claims were actually beaten even denied it. Jake told this gruesome story about how the inmate got his jaw broken and beaten so bad. I'm sure it would have been hard to deny if that were true, but in any case, the inmates denied it. That left Jake on an island all alone, as he not only had beef with the inmates, but he now had beef with the guards as well. Everyone else took their whole time and moved along. Jake wanted to make a fuss and whine about it. After word got out about his grievance and flat-out snitching, Jake was allegedly targeted by the guards. He would have his trays slammed into his cell and food knocked on the floor. Jake would even write the warden and say that not only was he being threatened by the...
I told Byron Blake this, y'all. 1090 Jake got treated bad in prison, man. So he decided to fucking... He designed the campaign against him when he came home, and he sent people to jail. Got CO like, oh, he is a big rat, like New York size one. And it was intentional. He knew what he was doing, man. A dirty bastard.
Guards, but he was also allegedly being told that if the guards don't reach him, they would send inmates. Because of this, Jake was scared to come out of confinement. So once again, he caught another disciplinary report while in confinement and pulled a check-in move. He wrote the warden and told him that he fears for his life. Jake, however, would attempt to play the system. Jake knew that requesting protective custody meant he would have to go under evaluation first and would therefore be stuck at the same prison until a determination was made. If they found out he didn't qualify, not only would he be stuck in that prison, he would also have PC paperwork following him. So Jake would tell the warden that his life was in danger in the facility by both guards and inmates, but he could not request PC because that would mean he would still be in the facility and at risk. Ultimately, Jake would be shipped to Appalachia CI, and he would even lie about how that happened. If you listen to most of Jake's stories about Lancaster, they come from confinement. Although he originally claimed that they were active in the work camp at Lancaster, he would later claim that there was no action at all. Ironically, Jake would claim to have gotten on psych meds just so he would be able to get into the action, only to get into the action and then start writing the warden claiming that he should not get punished because he wasn't in on the action. He would then go on No Jumper and allege that he was shipped in a gang sweep.
So it's like once that happened, they boosted up my custody level to closed custody. I got shipped off the unit in a gang sweep, so they sent all the Bloods and Zoes in one bus back to reception, and then I ended up going to an adult prison.
Yeah, he
Seemingly
did.
unaware that documents had also been recovered showing that he actually asked for a transfer for his own safety. In the end, no matter how many stories Jake tells, we know that he was only on the main compound of this facility for a total of 6 days. In that 6 days, he was traumatized, and apparently, whatever happened to him in Lancaster CI scarred him for life, and is the reason we had the activist version of 1090 Jake that we have and see today.
It is, man.
A lot has happened. Mind you, when I got out, I called the chaplain at Lancaster, and I said, how can you claim to be a Christian and you know exactly what's going on at Lancaster? You know exactly what they do, but you work in the chapel. How do you sleep at night? And he went to saying whatever he said. The conversation ended well, though.
Jake would even do the same thing he just most recently made a video on Big Meech about, which is third-party snitching.
And I was trying to shed light on inmate deaths in the system and how many overdose deaths were being reported as natural or accidental. I was sent videos by current prisoners who couldn't get the message out, so I used my platform to be their voice.
Of course, by the time he earned a little money from what he was doing and got a little fame and notoriety, all of these stories got drastically remixed, but the truth was still lingering in the shadows.
Hit by a Zoe, put a brick from the basketball court, the asphalt, inside of a sock, and hit me over the head and put like a bullet hole in my head.
Just because of a specific issue with him, or was it?
Nah, we were beefing with the Zoes. Right. We were at war with the whole compound. So the same homie that cut the other one, he got him blasted. So they did a little fake call-out sheet, and they wrote up a thing to go to medical, but they put his name on it, so they knew when he was coming out. I was in confinement when this whole shit happened, so they had him come out.
I bet you was.
And they hit him with a real box cutter blade, ripped this whole shit open.
Wow.
He back in Haiti right now. I looked him up when I got up.
You looked him up?
Yeah, big dumbass scar on his face.
Cut, bro. Yeah.
When Jake's grievance got exposed, he tried so hard to play the people that he actually went and dug up a grievance that Jimmy wrote and basically tried to say that Jimmy was snitching because he wrote the grievance. The funny thing about it is if you look at Jimmy's grievance, it's dated February 25th, received February 26th. If you look at Jake's grievance, it was received February 4th, almost a month before. So Jimmy had to write something up after he wrote him and told him that he hit you in the head. He won't get out the hole too if that's the case. We've also since debunked Jake's claims that no articles can be produced showing that any officers were arrested after he did his news clip.
They would claim the officers must have raided the prisons I was at, but I'd already been out of prison for 5 years. And what officers got arrested? See, the Florida Department of Corrections has a website newsroom that covers press releases, staff assaults, and officer-involved arrests. But not one article can be produced showing any officer was ever arrested.
Jake was trying to play on the fact that the audience wasn't aware that the Florida DOC website only kept articles for a certain amount of time.
But we ended up finding the evidence that just days after Jake went on the news, which was around January 21st, Florida DOC did a massive shakedown at one of the prisons in the videos. And yeah, officers were charged. For anyone who would like to truly research this topic themselves, go to that website up there at the top, madisonfl.net, and just put in Florida Correction Officers Arrested or Florida Corrections Officers in Contraband, and you'll see, like, it's a list of officers. There's a list of articles, but Jake knew this already. He just sent y'all to the wrong place. It's your boy Byron Blake, man. It's 1090 Jake Exposed. I'm out.
Yo, 1090 Jake, a wild motherfucker, y'all. God damn, he wild. Crazy motherfuckers allowed that fuckboy to pull that off. So I heard Say Cheese is over there stand up beef between Main Music and Fredo Bang. Y'all hear about that? Oh, that bitch stand up beef. That's what he do. Why the fuck is my son, boo? I don't think I spelled that right. Alright, y'all, I'm tired now. We've been live long as a bitch. Damn near 5 hours. Damn near 5 hours. Oh, shit. But yeah, though, man. We probably go live tomorrow early since I'm be in the house all day. Get an early one then. Oh, shit. Y'all, I'm gonna get that video out tomorrow, too. That video I said I had done for like the last week and a half. Try to get that out tomorrow. You know? You know. Can someone translate for me? No. If you can't understand English, you don't need to be over here. This is a no caption, no translation platform. That's what this is. It's amazing the amount of people that just be upset with life. You know, you gotta be upset with life to just come to a person's channel and just start attacking them. Yeah, they be trying to attack. Look, if this was early on in the live, I know I'd have got on his ass, made him regret it. Yeah, but I don't know if that's true or not, bro. Yeah, I don't know if that was. I don't know if that's true or not. Hopefully they, man, if they trying to spin it that way, that shit fucked up though. Either way, you know, it's a lot going on with that. Yo, I cannot. My damn window be sliding down. That shit be blowing me. Look, yo. Shit. Fuck, they make them windows at the top. It slide down from the top. Like, yo, they some dumbass windows, man. I can't stand them windows. It just keep being fucking cold in this bitch. Fucking window keeps sliding down. The North Pole. And make sure you subscribe to the channel. Fucking North Pole in the building. But yeah, hey Trap, I don't know, y'all. I know that's crazy. The whole situation crazy, but can't fuck with them young boys, man. Stay the fuck away from them young boys, man. You're a certain age, you cannot mix and mingle with the young crowd. For real. What the fuck? Y'all crazy, man. All right, y'all. The trolls starting to tap, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. It's another day of Keeping G News, and I'm out.